else on there yet? Okay. Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. I humbly acknowledge that the land on which we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, the traditional lands of the Cree, Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. For the record, interim CAO Jody Butts is with us online. Councillors, or Jody, please have your video camera turned on. Councillor Grandison would like to address all of us, so I'll turn the mic over to Councillor Grandison.
There we go. Thank you, Councillor Bard, Deputy Mayor Ball. Hello, everybody. Excuse my voice. I wanted to take a moment to share some personal news with all of you. Recently, I was diagnosed with throat cancer. Hearing the word cancer is never easy, but I want you all to know that my doctors are very optimistic about my prognosis. I've already started the treatment process, and I'm feeling stronger and more focused on recovery. During this time, there will be periods where I may not be able to attend every council meeting, and due to the nature of the treatment, there will also be stretches where I may not be able to speak publicly or speak at all. However, I want to be very clear that my commitment to serving the people of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo remains as strong as ever. Even when I'm away or quieter than usual, which some will find surprising, I will still be working hard behind the scenes to advocate for all of you and our region moving forward. I'm incredibly grateful for the support of my family, council colleagues, and the entire community. Thank you all for your understanding, your encouragement, and most importantly, your trust. I look forward to continuing to serve you, and I look forward to seeing all of you and hopefully being able to talk to you all very soon, stronger than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison, and I wish you well. I've been through this. This is no fun. Back with the regular meeting here, I guess. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the agenda items, please register now with Legislative Services. Desk located to my right, and as I will only be calling upon those who have registered to speak. Registration delegations are permitted up to 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. I can't read it with my glasses. It needs to be here. Reading glasses suck, for the record. I can't see it when it's up here. Before we adopt the agenda, is there anyone who wishes to serve a notice of motion? Councillor Dogar, I believe you have one. Can you turn on your mic? Yep, you're good. I did.
Thank you, thank you very much, Mr. Acting Mayor. I just have to speak out my motion. Councillor Shafiq Dogar served notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the May 27, 2025 Council meeting. That legal aid be provided to support my appeal against recommendations made by the Integrity Commissioner. Sir, he never visited my place, never took my statement, so I want to go for appeal.
Thank you. Councillor Bouzier?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Ball. I, Councillor Lance Poussiere, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council consideration at the May 27, 2025 council meeting. That administration bring forward an amendment to the community standards bylaw that contemplates the removal of snow, stockpiles, debris, etc., specifically on commercial properties by April 1st of each year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bouzier. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you. I, Councillor Funke Banjoko, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the May 27th, 2025 Council meeting. That Council reconsider the motion of September 10th, 2024, being that bylaw number 24/017, being a bylaw to create the Audit and Budget Committee, be read a first time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone adopt the agenda or make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Thanks for the second, Councillor Bouzier. I'll call for a vote. And that passes. All in favor, unanimous. Moving to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Manjoko.
Thank you. I move that the recommendations contained in items 3.1 and 3.2 be approved.
Thank you for the second, Councillor Bouzier. I call for the vote. And that passes unanimously. This evening, the first item I'd like to address is the two proclamations we have for tonight's meeting. The first is the Communities in Bloom Day, and proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo is committed to fostering civic pride, environmental responsibility, beautification, and sustainable development, and whereas parks, green spaces, gardens, playgrounds, forests, rivers, and trails in the region help provide opportunities to enjoy nature and to maintain clean air and water while preserving plant and animal wildlife. And whereas participation in the Communities in Bloom strengthens volunteer and community development, enhances social interaction, and creates civic engagement. And whereas Communities in Bloom is deeply appreciative of the countless volunteers and individuals that support beautification activities and programs. And whereas Communities in Bloom hosts this year's Community Gardening Day at Doug Barnes Cabin on May 24th, 2025, to celebrate growing season in the region and to launch lettuce as the 2025 Seed of the Year. Now, therefore, I, Deputy Mayor Ken Ball, on behalf of Mayor Sandy Bowman of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo, do hereby proclaim May 24th, 2025 as Communities in Bloom Day. Next. The second is the Victims and Survivors of Crime Week, and the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the Victims and Survivors of Crime Week is recognized in Canada every May, and with this year representing its 20th anniversary, and whereas when a crime happens, it impacts more than one person, including affected family and community members, and whereas victims of survivors of crime, their families and loved ones deserve support from their community and to have a strong voice in the criminal justice system. And whereas many victim service providers, law enforcement agencies, and people working in the criminal justice system assist victims and survivors of crime and their families, and whereas everyone is encouraged to participate in this year's Victims and Survivors Crime Walk on May 15th, 2025. Therefore, I, Deputy Mayor Ken Ball, on behalf of Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo, do hereby proclaim May 11 to 17, 2025 as Victims and Survivors of Crime Week. Moving to presentations, we have the Wood Buffalo RCMP Detachment 2025-2026 Annual Performance Plan, and I'd like to invite Chief Superintendent Mark Hancock to present.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor Ball. I'd like the opportunity to discuss last year's policing priorities and results, and then reveal this year's policing priorities after consultation with the community. Next slide, please. Or is that me that does that? It's me? Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. So for the 2024-2025 annual performance plan review, last year objective number 1 in our initiatives was property crime and theft, and we were to increase the number of crime reduction focused projects, conduct auto theft projects, conduct priority offender focused initiatives. Our second objective, after consultation with the community and my members, was drug trafficking, to increase drug awareness, prevention, education, conduct drug trafficking investigations. And then the third objective was traffic safety, to increase the number of alcohol or drug-related impaired driving charges and provincial sanctions, conduct drug and alcohol traffic operations, increase the number of traffic violation notices. And the fourth objective was crime reduction strategies, including increasing the number of crime reduction focused projects, promoting crime prevention initiatives, increase the number of downtown focused patrols, and increase in crime prevention community education sessions. So the results of our initiatives, during Objective 1, property crime, we did have 8 property crime reduction projects, 6 auto theft projects, and 9 priority offender initiatives. In the second objective with drug trafficking, there were 10 substance abuse awareness education presentations to various persons, as well as we were gathering the number of intelligence reports we were getting. So we had 112 new confidential information reports, which is very important for drug trafficking. 89 trafficking investigations and 10 charges resulted, some of them being larger ones. And the third objective with traffic safety, there were 228 alcohol drug-related traffic operations, 194 impaired driving enforcement charges, as well as 2,919 traffic charges by the general duty members, and another 4,114 traffic charges by municipal traffic members. So that's a significant amount of tickets. And I remember a couple of years ago when you asked to remove the photo radar, you wanted us to up our game on that, and those are the numbers for last year. In the fourth objective, crime reduction strategies, we have really focused on the downtown core and keeping people safe there, which has included joint working with Bylaw and RCMP together with our downtown beat team, which resulted in 282 downtown focused patrols, 236 downtown business foot patrols, 8 crime reduction focused projects, 2 crime reduction awareness presentations, and 162 community education sessions. So this year, like every year, we like to survey the community to see what the community thinks about what is important to the community for us to prioritize for our policing priorities. And in this particular year, we did a little more than just the survey. I think last year we had over 1,000 people take our survey, which was outstanding community involvement. But this year, we did a few things differently. So we used QR codes that people could access, and they could access the survey from that. As well as we went to several pop-up events at places like Mac Island, other places where we could be engaged in community events. We had, at those events, we made it, besides doing online, we used what we call dotmocracy. So people could actually place a dot on different priorities to show what they thought was important. Then we recorded those results. We also did an employee survey, and we had this out on social media, as well as people in any of the communities could also do this on paper. So with the community consultation, this resulted in And these are questions, what do you think is important? Is it drug trafficking? Is it traffic? Is it, and a number of different initiatives that we could follow up on. Some of the hard copy results, survey results, were 825 people completed that. The dots I talked about before was 243 more people. And the survey and information was shared at 4 rural community events and 5 urban pop-up events. The online survey on the RMWB web page provided 320 completed surveys, which ran from February 3rd to March 3rd of 2025. And we also did employee surveys within my detachment, and that yielded 59 results. People don't like surveys. We have almost 200 members. That's the pretty average numbers. But the total responses were 1,447, so it gives us a pretty good population to choose our initiatives from. I was quite happy with that. So the public survey results were actually very interesting in that if you look at the numbers here, we had a little bit different feedback this year, with property crime and theft being consistent over the last couple of years here as being the #1 priority, with 85% of the people polled. But the second place, again, is drug-related offenses and illegal drug trafficking or possession. But third place was now violent persons offenses, domestic violence, human trafficking, firearms, and weapons, which is new. So we've taken those into consideration, as well as the next highest were traffic safety and youth engagement and community policing being involved in the schools, which we're doing as well anyway. The results of the detachment members being surveyed showed that their priorities were quickly, violence in relationship was #1 for the actual members that work for me and the employees. The second one was drug trafficking. Third was break and enters. And fourth was impaired driving. So you can see those numbers on that graph if everyone can see those, but that's what came back from the members and employees that work for me. So when we gather all this information internally in the detachment as well as from our stakeholders, then we sit down, and I sit down with most of the management team in our detachment, including non-commissioned officers. So there's about 20 people there, and we discuss what we think should be important from the information that we've gathered. And the first objective this year is going to be, again, property crime theft. And we've got initiatives. We're going to conduct some crime reduction focused projects, increase the number of downtown foot patrols again, increase seasonal bike patrols. We just trained a number of people on bicycles again to be out, and conduct community crime reduction education sessions. The second objective is now prolific habitual management of offenders. Because if you can prioritize the people who are doing the most harm, it actually will make your community much safer. People tend to continue to commit crimes, a small group of people. So we're going to increase priority offender-focused initiatives. And our third objective is violence and violence in relationships. We have a good investigative team to handle this, but also the watch. All the frontline members are going to be engaged in this. And it's also to enhance, besides investigation, to enhance community awareness about violence in relationships and available resources. We have a very diverse community here. Some people come here, they're not used to the police here and how we do things or the way things go. So we're going to do some education as well. The fourth objective for 2025-2026 is, again, organized crime, drug trafficking, as well as human trafficking. So we're going to conduct drug awareness and prevention education, conduct drug trafficking investigations, enhance community awareness about human trafficking and available resources. And the fifth objective, it never goes away, traffic safety. So our initiatives are increased traffic safety education and the number of traffic-related contacts. So those are traffic stops, increase speed-related enforcement and violation notices, and increase the number of strategic traffic enforcement projects. So there's a number of different things that I could touch base on here about initiatives that we're doing, and I'll briefly do that to conclude my presentation. But the Downtown Beat Patrol in Fort McMurray has been very successful. We started that in 2024. It's a foot patrol, it's bike patrols, it's patrols in vehicles as well. We've been utilizing the downtown office frequently. We have staff in there. And we're really trying to be more visible downtown. I'm hearing a lot of positive feedback about that, so we'll continue that program. And just started again in May 1st, 2025. They're back patrolling the downtown until October 1st. And that doesn't mean over the winter that we stopped it, but it's a team of, we've got 6 bylaw officers, and I've got 10 RCMP officers, including 2 corporals, two basically watches that do this. So it's really focusing on downtown safety. Some of the results of the Downtown Beat Patrol, total occurrences downtown from May 10th to October 1st, 2024, there are 2,190 occurrences. And the number of occurrences that the Beat team took were 1,532. So they're not only patrolling, they're also taking investigations and files down there. Files investigated by the Beat team, 543. They assisted general duty on 44 files. This is traffic unit, 179. 162 charges and 45 tickets. This is something that the mayor has really wanted to prioritize. And right now I'm still working with Air Services because we have procured 2 drones. We've looked at the different types of drones we can use. We already still have drones in the detachment now that have been very successful, especially with anything from missing people to people that flee from us. Because we don't like to pursue people that puts people in danger, but we can follow them with a drone, and it's been quite effective. So there's a number of uses for this. Collecting the evidence, it's also good to go up and see if people have weapons or what situations are. It's much safer for everyone for us to have those eyes. So we're expecting to get these very soon, and we actually have more training for drone pilots coming up very shortly. But we have had many successes so far already. And just to touch on a couple of other things that we're doing before I close, we're still very strong with our restorative justice. That's going through all of our communities. We have facilitators in every community, an alternative to a court system that's been very effective. Our police and crisis team is still handling about 300 mental health calls a year with minimal use of force, with a nurse working with our members together. And of course, our wraparound service with the municipality on our homeless encampments has been successful. That's starting to ramp up again now, but the Beat team is actually, with Bylaw and RCMP together, are making that a priority to go visit these people all the time and make sure they're doing okay and keep an eye on things. Of course, our Indigenous liaison team is still there. I have a sergeant and a corporal. That's what they do, is they build relationships in the Indigenous communities. It was just a sergeant before, and dealing with the mayor and council and the CAO, we were able to add a second position, a corporal position. So now I've got 2 Indigenous members that are very engaged in the communities, and it's very good for our relationships. And then, of course, our general investigation section, our plainclothes sections are highly active. If we have a homicide here, I get major crime comes up out of Edmonton that's free to the municipality, and they're very good. So, and they really help my plainclothes teams improve their investigative skills as well, because they work with us. So quite a lot of success over the last year. I'm quite pleased with my team and the support of the community. Any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Well, first off, thank you for the presentation, and I'd like to personally thank you and your team for the outstanding job you guys do each and every day. What you do is amazing. I do have one question. You mentioned it, photo radar. So we eliminated it. I'm just curious, is it more effective having boots on the ground than having the cameras in the air? Just curious.
That's a very dangerous question.
I know. Have you noticed any change?
Because RCMP officers love cameras. We have, we have our program now where we ask people if they have cameras everywhere. Whenever we have an investigation, the first thing you do is look for video. And so I like it even just for that.
Right.
But you can see our numbers there for our number of traffic tickets. But I can tell you that I could probably go out in a police car right now and write 10 tickets in an hour. Right. You can see the driving habits around this community lately have been, there's a lot of people speeding. There. And a lot of people disobeying laws.
Right. Okay, just curious. Trying to slow them down, right? So.
100%.
Yeah. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Mark, thank you for you and your members and all the work you do. I've certainly noticed the difference. I do have one question, though. In your description for your goals, you have to have more charges for impaired. What's the comparison? Is it working? That's one of the numbers I'd like to know. So if we had 5 check stops, the same population, the same everything, are the numbers going down? Because to me, writing more tickets it doesn't show success. I understand that you want to stay vigilant, but can we see some success in that too?
I think if we're out doing that many traffic stops, we are checking, obviously not just for speeding, but you're checking for impaired drivers as well. And like the numbers of impaired drivers, if that's you're referring to, Councillor Grandison, I'd like to see more impaired drivers taken off the road. The numbers, yes, the numbers are not as high as I would like for enforcement, but we've done a number of things to try to educate our young members on the street as to really how to conduct these investigations and, you know, to hone their skills in this area, because, you know, you basically have to stop lots of cars to self-generated find impaired drivers. You're not going to stop one car, get one. You're probably going to stop 100. So that's my feelings on this, and we're trying to educate, and we're trying to make it important. I'm not so much quota-driven, but I'm trying to make it important to members that, you know, if you're not into an investigation and you have free time right now, hit the road, like get out there. And I am seeing members stopping people a lot more over the last year and being out there and being vigilant, because you have people on warrant, you have prolific offenders. Every traffic stop can lead to keeping the community safe.
And just so you know, I agree. I'd like to get every impaired driver off the road at 100%. I just wonder, is the way we're doing it, is it working? Is there something else? If we don't have a point of comparison, we don't know if it's working. That's all. Mark, I'm just like, if there's a better way to do it, I just want to know.
You can really argue it either way. Like if the numbers aren't that high and we're out there, then maybe not as many people are doing it. But
I hope so.
I hope. But I'm not, we still want to be out there and we want to be stopping cars.
You're saying I'm more optimistic than you are.
Perhaps you are.
Thanks.
Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for giving me opportunity. Thank you, sir. It's very nice presentation and very fine performance, as already told. I was very happy to see your detachment at Genvier during fire. They were very happy to see me, and I was extremely happy to see them also. Not only the town, that was a difficult time. You know, I'm very happy that I presented them cold water, and they extremely, you know, acknowledged I had only cold water. It was very hot. Next, my question is about the drones. Is it only bringing intelligence, or do they have some capabilities like weaponry?
No, these drones don't have any weapon capability. These are basically for surveillance. And the one that we have now that we're looking at is actually much better for here because it can even withstand temperatures of -35. So it's good for the winter, which other ones really didn't have that much fly capability. These are ones made in France that we're trying to get. And so larger radius of flying and can fly in most weather. But no, it's for surveillance purposes.
My next question is, you know, after the cameras, is there any effect on the accidents, number of accidents, or not?
Ooh, that's something that I would have to research a bit more. I'm not sure if I can give you an answer on that one right now.
Thank you very much. There is one more acknowledgement that I'll give you in the end. Now there are people keen waiting. Thank you.
What's going on with this thing? Councillor Bouzier.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Mark, thanks for the presentation. Just 2 questions. A couple of years ago, during budget deliberations, we allocated some funds for additional staff. I think it was 10 in total, 6 and 4, or 4 and 6 or something.
7.
How many?
Might have been 7.
Okay, you should have got 10. How are we doing with that?
We did well with that. We've got those positions staffed.
Okay. The other question I was going to ask, Mark, is I think it was last year when you were speaking, you talked about zone policing. I think it was zone policing you called it. Have we looked at that any further and investigated the opportunity to try that here?
If you're talking about zone policing, we kind of do that already. Like I have my South Patrol that goes night and day to, John VA down to Conklin, to Anzac area, 468. When they're down there, I want them down there. And, if they have a prisoner in that, they have to come out, right? We don't house prisoners in the southern area. They have to come back to Timberley to Gregoire, to our South Policing facility. But we also have patrol. We have 2 enhanced positions that work in Fort McKay. We have Fort Chipewyan that has a sergeant in its own detachment, really. I'm trying to make them more autonomous and give the sergeant up there, the authority to do what he needs to do. So all of these community areas, we have the downtown beat. And then the rest of the communities, we kind of have people roaming more so than anything else, but patrols are expected in all the communities for businesses and to be visible. So really, we kind of do a zone right now.
Okay, through the chair, would it be possible to have permanent staffing or permanent patrol in, let's say, the downtown, couple north of the bridge, couple south, and then permanent, I know we're permanent in Fort Chipewyan, but have permanent policing in, let's say, John VA Conklin, and even Gregoire Estates or Anzac?
Been looking at some other policing alternatives and plans for the south. Not quite there yet. We were actually, we were talking to the municipality about maybe a couple of living quarters down in the Conklin area. Not opposed to that. And then we're trying to figure out, John VA detachment is getting dilapidated, really. It needs some updates. So we're also looking at some things there. And I'm not opposed to having members stay down there either. So these are things that are kind of on the map that I'm kind of working on. But if you're talking about the other communities, like your, areas downtown and that, we're 24/7 policing. This is the largest detachment in Alberta, trying to get my resources out there everywhere all the time. Of course, if you get a big call, then members are going to have to assist each other and the public, but it should be visible everywhere, and that's my plan. It's supposed to be.
Okay, so if we're interested in obviously increasing patrol or increasing the numbers, money isn't necessarily the only issue. I mean, is there enough recruits coming out of depot to even add police if you need them?
Right now, we're really doing well in K Division in Alberta to recruit, but we could do better. Our numbers have really increased over the past couple of years, but when you're looking at, the numbers and the numbers that actually are successful getting in with all of our qualifications and everything, and there's one year here we had 42 members come out of depot here. Like, it was hard to train that many people. We took our plainclothes sections and really moved them and switched with the watch to be able to train people. And now, we get another cadet coming in a week, I think. I could take as many as they can give us, to be honest. But our staffing levels haven't been too bad over the past 3-4 years here either, compared to other places.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Manjoko.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just commend you openly for the excellent work that you and your entire team has been doing, and I hear positive reports about you, so it's good to say it openly. Thank you. I want to ask how we are doing with the break-ins in the downtown area. It was becoming too much, and such that my church was broken into like twice, where there's nothing in there, which means, there might be some elements of something else involved, maybe not just to get money or items. So that's the first question. And I want to know if there's has been a reduction in the rate of break-ins because it got to a very high level. And yes, I guess that's the...
So we did have a large rash of break and enters a couple of years ago, and put a number of things in place. And I think the downtown beat was one of them, just for visibility. But we've also had some files where we've arrested some prolific offenders that will do many break and enters. And so I don't have the numbers here in front of me right now, but I do think there's been a reduction in the number. Because there was a rash of them like a year or two ago.
Yes.
And we did put teams on that. And right now, we've got a program I talked about in the annual performance plan that we're going to prioritize looking at prolific offenders. So if you have someone who's a prolific thief, break and enter artist, then we're going to check on them. Yeah. And we're going to go to their door and bang on the door, and if they're on conditions and they're supposed to be home and they're not home, they're going to be arrested. The one thing that happens, though, is we arrest people, they get released. We arrest, they get released. It's catch and release. And we continue to do our job. Unfortunately, though, they're not always held. So we're really working on putting together the best bail package, the best investigative package, showing all the things that they've done so that maybe they do get held. So there's a number of things. There's bail packages, but there's also prioritizing the prolific offenders that do the most harm. And then there's other alternatives too, right? Like there's drug treatment court that we're prioritizing as well. If someone's doing break and enters just to support their drug habit, then maybe they can go another route where they have to get treatment and they can go to that court. So there's plenty of things that we're doing. I can tell you that our forensic identification section, we have a sergeant and 2 corporals in that, and they are very good. So if they go to a scene, they're often getting fingerprints, they're often getting forensic evidence to help us with our investigations. We're doing okay, but we can always do better.
Okay. And then last one. So there was a time it looked like a movement of the crimes towards the north of the city. Has that also slowed down?
With regards to property crime, we had just recently, we still have an investigation now where there's like basically, you're talking heavy equipment thefts from site and lots of possession of stolen property, millions of dollars. And that investigation is going well. Okay. But that is an ongoing thing too.
Okay. And one scary one was the breaking into the house while the owners were sleeping, those kind of creepy ones.
So if you have a break and enter and people are involved at home, like persons crimes to us is #1 priority, safety of people is #1 priority. So those will always be handled as top priority. And, you know, you have property crime, you have drugs, you have other things, but #1 is always keeping people safe. Persons crimes are the #1 priority. It trumps everything else for me.
Thank you. Again, thank you for the good works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, sir. Again, I take the opportunity to thank you, and it was a personal great favor done to me during fire last year, June. Once these localities, Abasand and Beacon Hill, were evacuated, I wanted to follow up, and I knew their mindset of the people, those who were evacuated. I went to Lakla Beach, Cold Lake, and Edmonton, where they asked about their property, and they asked about it. And you gave me the permission in a very decent way, escorted. Though you had some pressures and questions, I came to know later, my people. But thank you very much. You stood by it. You know, I, as an ex-policeman for 2 years, I really appreciate, I know your difficult position, but you withstood to that position. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It looks like there's no more questions, so thank you much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Abasand Off-Highway Vehicle Pilot Project Update. I'd like to invite Public Works and Legal Services. So is that Keith and Caitlin, I think? Yeah. Yeah, we'll lose quorum if you leave, so guess we'll take. It doesn't give us enough. The floor is yours. As soon as you turn on their mic.
Thank you, and good evening, Deputy Mayor Ball and Council. My name is Keith Smith, and I'm the Director of your Public Works Division. With me this evening is Caitlin Hanley, Manager, Legal Services, and today we would like to provide you with an update on the Abisan Off-Highway Vehicle Pilot Project. To start, I'd like to give a brief overview of how we got here today. As you all remember, on June 11th, 2024, a two-year bylaw, that being Bylaw 24010, was presented to Council following the previously completed public engagement and working group recommendations. The bylaw was approved to allow OHV users to travel on designated municipal roadways in Abisan starting July 1st, 2024, and to run until May 1st, 2026. The main goal of this pilot project is to improve safety on neighborhood trails, reduce damage to municipal green spaces, and provide a better OHV user experience. This timeline shows the full arc of the Abisan OHV pilot project, from Council's initial motion to launch, through implementation, and into the current phase. Since the bylaw came into effect, we've rolled out a coordinated, communicated engagement and enforcement efforts. Most recently, we completed our second public engagement from February 12th to March 12th, which included both online and in-person outreach. We're sharing these results with you today as part of the one-year check-in. The next round of engagement and Council presentation is planned before the pilot concludes. To ensure a well-rounded approach, we prioritize public engagement at key points throughout the pilot. This included engagement with both frontline staff and the general public before the bylaw was passed, ongoing outreach through the summer and fall, and a one-year check-in to see how things are going. For the one-year check-in, we connected with residents through online engagement, community open house, and direct outreach to schools and community organizations, including one-on-one conversations. Outreach was targeted to Abisan residents through community signage and direct mail to every home in the neighborhood. Out of 504 survey respondents, 53% were Abisan residents, showing strong local engagement. In total, we recorded 962 engagement actions. Key community partners that participated in the McMurray Snowdrifters, Wood Buffalo Riders Association, local Abisan schools, and the Francophone Association. This helped us gather a balanced perspective from those directly affected and those observing the impacts in their neighborhood. These efforts aim to better understand how the pilot is being experienced on the ground and to identify opportunities for improvement. The resulting What We Heard report has already helped shape our current direction and will continue to guide the final evaluation in 2026. Engagement results showed strong support for the pilot's main goals, which is improving OHV user experience, increasing trail safety, and protecting green spaces. The most mentioned theme in the long answer survey responses was improved OHV access and enjoyment. 82% of respondents said that the bylaw had improved their experience, and 81% of the quick poll participants gave the goal a full 5-star rating. Abisan residents shared that they are spending more time outside with their families and enjoying an overall better quality of life. Trail safety and green space protection followed closely behind. In the quick poll, 75% and 72% of respondents related these goals as fully achieved. Several people commented on fewer OHVs and neighborhood trails and less visible damage in green spaces. That said, enforcement came through as a recurring issue, mentioned 47 times in survey responses alone. Residents are looking for more patrols, clear signage, and consistent follow-through. While most people appear to follow the rules, there's a strong expectation that the municipality address those that ain't. We also heard strong interest in expanding the pilot to other areas. Nearly 100 survey participants supported this idea, and partners like the Wood Buffalo Riders Association and McMurray Snowdrifters also voiced their support. Some residents even said that bylaw made Absent more desirable to live in. Finally, we heard concerns about OHV misuse outside of Absent, particularly in places like Beacon Hill, Graining Terrace, and Birchwood Trails. 34 respondents raised this issue, asking for better communication on where the bylaw applies and calling for more education and enforcement in those areas. This feedback is echoed by both the RCMP and Pulse data. Success in any pilot project isn't just about hitting targets. It's also about learning what's working, what isn't, and where we need to adjust. Public engagement is one piece of how we're measuring success. It tells us we're on the right path. OHV users are having a better experience. Many are feeling safer on the trails, and concerns about green space damage appear to be declining. These are meaningful early outcomes. At the same time, residents are asking for more clarity, stronger enforcement, and consistent communication, not just in Absent, but in all other neighborhoods. This input gives us a valuable checkpoint and is just one part of the broader picture. Next, I'll walk through other indicators we've been tracking to help assess overall progress. Since Absent OHV pilot project was launched on July 1st, 2024, and up to February 28, 2025, Pulse received 208 inquiries related to OHV use in Fort McMurray. Of those, 7 were specifically about the OHV Absent pilot project. The inquiries included offering opinions on the project, concerns for safety, and looking for more information. RCMP statistics show the same number of OHV-related calls for service, 4 in 23 and 4 in 2024, in the Absent neighborhood prior and after the pilot project was launched, while a significant increase in total calls from 50 in 23 up to 118 in 24, as well as increased OHV Act charges, 4 in 23 versus 15 in 24 within Fort McMurray. Significant decrease in insufficient evidence from 30 in 2023 to 2 cases in 24 was recorded, but increased flight from police, 8 in 23 and 15 in 2024. Total statistics of OH collisions in Fort McMurray demonstrates an increase from 3 to 6 and no recorded collisions in Absent community during the first year of the pilot project. With the seasonal weather changes, we are expecting to have more details about the magnitude of green space damages which occurred last fall and during the winter season, and those statistics will be available during the next council reporting. While the RMWB continues to monitor OHV activities in the Absent area and collect data related to municipal properties, some preventative steps were already completed and include ongoing OHV pilot project engagement, education, and information campaign. RES provided 200 Fire Smart buckets, water buckets to the Dirt Rider Association to encourage wildfire safety on the trails. Wood Buffalo RCMP is adding more eyes in the skies above Fort McMurray. 2 drones were bought and also used for controlling OHV activities in Absent. Went too far. There we go. 9 swing gates and 100 feet of posts and rail fencing were installed in Absent to protect municipal green spaces and trail systems, and temporary traffic monitoring cameras were randomly installed in adjacent areas to Absent staging area and green spaces to better understand the dynamic of illegal OHV activities in the neighborhood. So what are the next steps? Next steps for the Absent OHV pilot project will include receive council endorsement on the recommended bylaw amendments that you'll see here later on this evening, continue the OHV pilot project education and information campaign, enhance the existing municipal infrastructure, that being signs, gates, and landscaping, keep on with tech-assisted enforcement and increase patrols in the area, collect data to support the final recommendation for the OHV pilot project, and the third, which is the last public engagement in Q1 of 2026 prior to the OHV pilot bylaw expiring. Thank you, and Caitlin and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I did have one question. You'd mentioned, I think it was that one pie, it had 3 pie charts on it, and one of them was that there was less damage to the green space, but that was something that was noticed by the users, right? That was from the survey. That wasn't your staff noticing that, right?
That was a mixture of engagement between our staff and definitely the individuals that were surveyed.
So you are seeing, like, that's a realized number. It's not a thought number.
Anecdotally at this point, it's through the survey responses rather than, I think, staff going out and identifying specific locations.
'cause-
We anticipate we'll have more data for that the next time that we're
Because
before council.
that's significant if that's the case. So, all right,
Yeah.
thank you. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. My question is, Mr. Smith, very nice presentation like always. Good to see you after interval of time. And why Abasand is selected for pilot project? It is a hilly area, ups and downs, and why not some better even area selected for this?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, excellent question. Abbasam was selected because it's geographically isolated as boundaries. There's not as much on-street parking as other parts of Fort McMurray. The traffic is not as intense. Plus, Abbasam is the only area that has an up-to-date OHV staging area. So what we do in this pilot is that we're funneling individuals from their home on municipal roadways to the staging area or to the gas station and then to Crown Land. So this is indeed the best place in the urban service area to trial a project such as this.
Thank you. My next question is, the complaints, they kept on rising every year. So what is the main objection of the people? Is it the noises or some accidents took place?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the complaints range from absolutely noise to misuse to on green spaces. There's a multitude of different complaints. But the purpose of this pilot is to determine if we legalize use on certain roadways within certain parts of the municipality, if we legalize it, if those complaints and if true education and enforcement, if that will become less of an issue. And we're seeing that just based upon the first year mark, that anecdotally, as Caitlin said, we're seeing that it would help.
Okay. The complaints are from within Abasand or from any neighboring communities also?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the complaints or the statistics that I'm showing you tonight was throughout the municipality.
Fine.
Yeah.
Is there any major accident happened, some injuries or some damage to other vehicle?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I don't have that information at my fingertips, what property damage has occurred to other vehicles.
No, this is almost the end of the year. And, there's we may approve it and we may not approve it. We mean the community. But in case it is not approved, what is the next option? This is a recreation quite activity for the youngsters. What is the next option?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, what we're doing right now is just the first year update, so we're just providing information. The 2-year pilot in Abbasand, that was approved last July, last July. That's supposed to run to May of 2026. So at this point in time, we're not looking for approval for any other areas or looking for approval for Abbasand. This is simply just informational purposes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, I have to make an acknowledgement for your excellent, honest opinion. During the budget, you endorsed my comments on the south side snow dump. And thank you very much. That foiled, and everybody has to be quiet. They cooperated with me, and community saved 40 million.
Point of order.
40 million.
Point of
And
order
it
has
is
been
because
called.
of your honest
Point of
opinion.
order has been
Thank
called,
you.
Councillor Dogar.
Excuse me?
That's point of order has been called.
By whom?
Councillor Weigel, I believe.
What does he want to say? Listen to him, please.
The point of order is upheld because you're off topic.
Off topic?
Yes, you're off topic. We're talking about OHVs, not snow dumps.
Okay, the director, I met him first time, and community should know that we have such excellent,
we're-
amazing people.
but that's
and
not what we're talking
it
about,
elevates
so-
all the administration.
Councillor Dogar.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Why is this not turning on? Councillor Weigel, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair to Director Smith. Just question on the OHV, I guess, any of the calls, was there any increased incidents or calls for like actual OHVs on the roadways versus, or a lot of these calls are from the trails, but I know during the pilot project, we wanted to look at actual use because I know that they were allowed to go to the gas station, fill up, and then drive off. Was there any major incidents or any problems on the actual roadways?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, in the working group, we did have Bylaw Services working with us and also the RCMP. We weren't told about any incident that related to the roads within the Abasand area. There were no recorded accidents, traffic accidents. It's possible that there was some enforcement in the same way that there would be for vehicles about speeding, but it wasn't clear through our data that that was an issue. A lot of the complaints that actually came forward through the statistics that we have relate to illegal OHV use in other areas. Or for instance, we did issue one violation ticket through our bylaw services team under this new bylaw, and it was in relation to stunting activity that was taking place on the green space. So there have been some successful or a successful prosecution under the new bylaw as well, but it was related to activity that was primarily off the road.
Yeah, thank you, Caitlin. Any major complaints going into Pulse or to bylaw from OHVs being on the roadways? I'm assuming there's increased traffic with the new pilot project.
So through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we'd have to comb through those specific complaints again to identify whether or not there were any, but nothing that was notable enough that it would be a trend that stood out.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Is there any feedback at all about noise? I remember that what we approved is a 24 hours permit to be able to use the OHB, right? This is so the pilot project allowed for 24 hours of use. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Councillor Banjoko, as I stated previously, in order to get to that specifics, we would have to comb through the data. But it's not, if I recall correctly, the bylaw was not. There was a time frame on it, so I believe it was 10
that
o'clock.
many hours?
No.
So yeah. So when we say no time, does that mean it could be any time?
Mm-hmm. But there was, like, through this, through what I've read and through the conversations and through this, there was nothing that was mentioned about noise.
Okay.
At the open house, we did meet a lot of individuals. We did have a lot of discussions, and it was more about the expansion, but also getting people off the green space. And even individuals in Abasand that we spoke to that didn't necessarily take advantage of the OHVs, they commented that they don't see them as much on the municipal space or behind their houses. They followed the rules.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
And Councillor Banjoko, just in terms of the Pulse data and the number of calls that went into Pulse during the period of the pilot, there were 91 that were just generally categorized as inappropriate use of OHVs, and 53 that dealt with OHV use on green space. So that's not limited to Abasand in particular, but it's possible that within that category, there may be noise complaints. A lot of the noise complaints typically focus on the, I believe, the snowmobiles when they're going really quickly across the green spaces later at night.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No more questions. Appreciate the information. Next, we'll be moving into a public hearing, but by the looks of this document and the number of presenters, it's going to be a very long topic. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and then get after it. Thank you. Be nice. Something just came up. If there's no objections from our council prior to moving on to the public hearing, we'd like to deal with item 6.2, the request for tax relief. Beforehand, is there any objections to that? You can't hear? Oh, so before doing the public hearing, we'd like to move the request for property tax relief ahead of it because it's a much shorter topic. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. So, yeah. So I got to find that one on here. Where is that one? Here it is. Here it is, let me. So next we have a report on the request for property tax relief, private property. I'd like to invite corporate services to introduce the report.
Good evening, Councillor. For the record, my name is Kayvan Navidi, Municipal Assessor. Today we are presenting the request for cancellation of outstanding property tax penalties for plan number 1121661, block 12, lot 7. The property owner purchased the property on November 2nd, 2023, assuming the mortgage company would handle the tax payments. Unfortunately, this was not the case, and the owner missed the payments, leading to the penalties totaling $736.50. Despite multiple notices and reminders sent since 2024, the payments were not made. Administration recommends denying the request for cancellation of the penalties to maintain fairness for all taxpayers. Granting relief to one individual who would not be equitable to others in similar circumstances. Under the Municipal Government Act, Council has the discretion to cancel or reduce tax areas, but fairness for all taxpayers is paramount. The Property Tax Relief Policy, FIN 280, outlines that cancellation, reduction, refund, or deferral of taxes is not equitable, especially when other taxpayers have missed the deadline to pay taxes and accrued penalties, or the property owner failed to receive an assessment or tax notices, or the request is for relief due to payment errors or delays resulting in late penalties. The recommendation aligns with the municipality's strategic plan for responsible government. While we are empathizing with the property owner's situation, it is recommended that the request be respectfully denied, ensuring fairness and equity for all taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess I have just one question on this. It's just the penalties we're talking about. The taxes are current, correct?
To Chair, to Councillor Bart, the request is for forgiveness of the penalties only.
Right, but the taxes are up to date.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of council? Doesn't look like it. Thank you. Do we have any delegates? I'd like to ask Rashid Omokanye to come to the table. So, for the record, please state your name. And as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your submission. Following your submission, please remain seated so that we can ask you some questions.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Council, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. Yeah, so back in October 2023, on October 6th specifically, I made my first home purchase, and during the process, like it was explicitly requested or required of me to get my my municipality utility bills accounted for, and before I could even get that purchase completed, and also part of the getting of the mortgage, I was required to present the previous property tax to the bank before I was even before they could move forward with providing me the mortgage. And once I was provided this mortgage, like there wasn't any further mention of a separate tax to be paid. I was informed of the utility requirements, and that have been taken care of from day one. Like, and all the other bill requirements of the house. If I was informed of this particular requirement as a consumer Canadian, like for sure I would have also taken responsibility of it. Like us consumers throughout our like years in Canada, like automatically tax is deducted from any of our purchases, be it our groceries or our pay stubs. Like it's all automatically deducted. And as a new home buyer, like this was also presumed to be the process. But however, we weren't informed of this explicit requirement to pay property tax separately until we found out, like after the Canada Post strike, like we received a letter mentioning that our property tax was due, and there's some penalties on it. This was in late December 2024 or early January 2025. Once we saw this, we contacted our mortgage provider, TD, immediately, and we inquired, like, why are we seeing this separate tax here? Like, why is this still due on us? And we're informed then and there, we're only informed that, yeah, the property tax hasn't been included in our mortgage. Prior to that, we weren't informed by our lawyer. We weren't informed by like our agency or anyone else. We were just, it was just like presumed that we will automatically pick it up from what it seems. And yeah, once we found out about this tax requirement, we contacted the Pulse line, which was the number on the document, and yeah, from there we're directed that yeah, we will need to create a separate account, a separate account for keeping track of our property tax, separate from our utility account, and then and there, that's where we've been paying the taxes. But it doesn't seem equitable that we be getting charged for something we're just informed, like in early January. Like it doesn't seem equitable that we'll be getting penalties for such enormous finances. And yeah, all I'm asking is a relief of the penalties. I'm willing to pay my taxes, and I've been doing that since I started working in 2008. Yeah, thank you.
Is there anything? Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from my colleagues? Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for coming forward to make your point. And I just want to know, currently, have you paid the taxes? And what's outstanding is the penalty.
Right now, I've paid like 700, like over a quarter of it, $750 to date, and I'm paying as I make the income, okay. And right now the penalty, last I checked, it was approximately $740.
Okay, and this penalty of $740 is on what amount? What is the original amount of tax that you are supposed to pay?
The amount of tax to pay was approximately $3,150.
Okay, so for within a year, it accumulated $740 penalty.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just need clarity from yourself or administration. So am I to understand that this interest is based on the taxes since you took ownership of the property. This is not taxes that or interest that related to the previous owner. It's just related specifically to you, correct?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. No more questions?
Yeah.
No more questions. Thank you. Oh. You have a counsel for administration or a question for administration? Okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I would like a clarification of how this interest was accrued on 3,000, how we got up to $740.
Through Chair to Councillor Bonjoko, we have a property tax bylaw, penalty bylaw that consistent with that bylaw that council approved, we have to apply penalties. So the tax bill on July 2024 was $3,178.69. The first penalty was applied on July and in the amount of $95.36, which is 30% based on the bylaw. The second penalty was on September, $222.51, 7% based on the bylaw, which is equitable to all taxpayers that they pay penalties. And November penalty was $95.36, another 3%. And finally, January 2025 penalties at the amount of $323.27, which is 9% penalties. And that total amount of penalties that today is $736.50.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe this question will be to CAO or anyone who can help in administration. Has there ever been a precedent where we waived penalty or any part of taxes in the history of the region that we know of?
Through Chair to Councillor Bonjoko, this is basically the miscommunication between mortgage company and the homeowner, and we never had such a situations with the council to forgive the tax. It's a typical scenario, and we have it in our tax forgiveness bylaw, policy, FIN 280, and if they don't receive the mail, if they don't pay taxes on time, if penalties are accurate, for transparency for council, administration, and taxpayers, we deny this type of requests.
Okay, thank you. I totally understand through the chair that, and I believe and stand strongly with equity. We should apply the same rules. But my question is, has there ever been a time in history that penalty or a part of taxes were waived? Because I know we all have to pay tax. That's for sure. I have to pay tax too. But I seem to believe that this was a genuine mistake or an oversight on his part, which nobody can take ownership of that but himself. But I was just wondering if it has ever happened that we would, or on what condition, even if it's for my education.
To Chair, to Councillor Bonjoko, I believe it was at the first term of this council. It was a tax relief that this council approved. It was related to demolition costs during the 2016 fire. And it was very specific situation. The owner was going to demolish the buildings, and then they had a different court, and there were some missing in the bills. So that was the reason I believe the council decided to remove some of or cancel penalties. But that was very, very specific, a special case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I did have one further question then in relation to that one you just mentioned, I recall that one was because there were additional charges put onto that and for demolition services that had nothing to do with penalties.
To the chair, to Councillor Ball, that's correct.
Right, so we're not talking apples to apples here. My question about this particular instance, you mentioned 4 different penalties were applied. Was the homeowner, landowner, were they notified each time?
To the chair, to Councillor Ball, as soon as the property owner purchased the property in November 2023, the first document they received was on February 2024, the assessment notice. The second one was the tax bill in May 2024. Then the reminder of the taxes not paid in August 2024. The second reminder in November 2024, which was before the December penalties, and the final one was December 2024 before the January penalties. And they missed all these opportunities. Moreover, the tax bills are online, and definitely anyone who hasn't received their tax bills, they need to contact the municipalities.
Right, and so there was plenty of notification.
Absolutely.
Right, thank you. Any more questions? Oh, Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think this case of $736 is of the previous presenter. Sir, it is yours? Yes. Can I ask him the question, Deputy Mayor?
Yep.
So what is your annual, sir, what is your annual income?
Can you come to the...
Can you tell me?
That's...
Are you millionaire or just average man?
That question's out of order, Councillor Dogar. You can't ask that question. We can't ask personal questions like that.
Okay. You see, are you working somewhere? Okay. That's what I want to ask. That average class or a high average class?
Councillor Dogar.
Okay, fine. Sorry about it. I just wanted to know about your monetary or social status as far as money is concerned, as for your income is
Point of
concerned.
order.
But they have objected to it. Fine, I stand corrected. Just to make him understand. Sorry, sir. I apologize.
Point of order has been called.
I have apologized him. I don't ask.
Thank you. You can take your seat. Sorry for that. Councillor Grandison.
Allowed to speak again?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Not so much a question. You go ahead and sit down, sir. It's always difficult when any citizen runs into this situation. Unfortunately, taxes are a part of life that we all know, and sometimes communication is challenged. There was a realtor for a long time, and often when there are foreclosures, there are misinformation, but it's incumbent upon the person that's buying to find out what taxes are owed and to make sure that that occurs. So as much as I find it challenging, I'm sorry for you to be in this situation. If we forgave this, where would it stop?
We're not in debate yet.
Oh, I apologize,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor. I thought we had passed the
There's
question.
no motion on the floor. So
Sorry, Ken.
with that, can someone make the motion? That's okay. Anybody? Now what do you do? Does anyone want to bring forward a different motion? Councillor Banjoko.
I move that the request for cancellation of the outstanding property tax penalties in the amount of $736.50 for the property legally described as Lot 7, Block 12, Plan 112166 be the 50% approved. I don't know the 50% of that amount. So it would be about $370 be given to him. Could you please allow my
Let
motion
this
to be
motion hit the
discussed?
floor first. So you would say
If
that
we waive 50% of
you're
that,
basically saying that Lot 7, Block 12, Plan 112166 be assessed at 368.25.
yes, sir.
Do I have a seconder for that motion?
Nobody will approve. Okay. No second.
Last call for a seconder. No seconder, the motion dies on the floor. So we'll take a, oh, Councillor Grandison. You just shut yourself off, I think. Push your button again.
Can I do the original?
Do whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make sure I'm in the right spot. I move that the request for cancellation of the outstanding property tax penalties in the amount of $736.50 for the property legally described as Lot 7, Block 12, Plan 112166 be denied.
I second it.
It's not up there yet. Call for a second. It's not on our screen. Sorry, they're catching up. See anything? Okay. Oh. Thank you for the second, Councillor Dogar. I call for a vote. That's the next motion, right? Denied, yeah. No, it's denied. The original motion. You want to go back and, okay, go back and, do you want to do debate? Yeah, okay, so it's been seconded by Councillor Dogar. Does anybody have any debate points?
Let me correct myself and correct everybody. We want it to be washed. You know, it should be denied in the sense that he should be exempted. You know, you can correct the wording, you know.
That's not the motion on the floor that was seconded. The motion on the floor was to deny the request. So
Denied means the request has been turned down. I'm not for it.
correct. Okay, no, that's fine. So you're debating
Sorry, I
against that.
stand corrected.
Right, so you don't support that.
So please, I stand corrected.
Okay. Councillor Grandison?
Oh, just from a debate, my apologies to everybody, I got a little ahead of myself, but my point remained the same, that if our administrative staff spent all their time dealing with these kinds of things, we'd never get anything done. The reality is the homeowner has to assume the responsibility for the tax, even though that is quite awkward and unfortunate for this gentleman, but we'd be chasing down 80,000 people looking for money if there were room for this to just go away. So this is why I've supported denying it, because taxes and death, those are two things that are guaranteed. So.
Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ball. I feel we should be lenient and give him a break and not make him pay everything. But I totally agree that he is responsible to check his mails and to do the needful to pay the taxes. My reason is because I believe he genuinely did not know. He's a first-time homeowner, and the dad is sitting with him, so he's probably been, he's never done this before, obviously, and so I think he genuinely didn't know, and that's why I feel, and I don't think this $350 will make him the most comfortable person. It's just to encourage the young people to buy homes around here. I would love for my kids to own homes here, and if 350 would encourage 100 young men like him, that is my reason for saying maybe we should do something. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Any other comments from council members? I have one final comment. Oh, Councillor Dokar.
Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor, you know, I am for this motion in the way that this amount should be waived off. He is our resident, and I believe he is from my class, what I can see, his dress and his coming here. And, you know, we, switch millions of dollars, this place to this, north to south, south to south, east to west, you see. This should be waived off. This is my point of view. I can present the motion. If somebody agrees to.
Well, right now we have a motion on the floor. You can vote no, that's fine. But we have to vote on the motion that's seconded on the floor.
Okay, fine.
Right? So,
Denied.
right. So I have one final comment. It's my understanding that our administration has followed our bylaw and our policy to the letter. And with that said, I don't think that we should be going outside of our bylaws and our policy, and I will be voting in favor of this. So I call for the vote. That's carried 5 votes to 2. Thank you. All right. Bylaw number, what are we doing? Public hearing. We'll now move into public hearing for bylaw number 25/013. Before declaring the public hearing open, I'm going to give a quick overview of the process. I'll declare a public hearing open, followed by an introduction of the item by administration and questions from council. Following that, we will hear an opening statement from the applicant. Then we'll move into written submissions and hear verbal submissions from any speakers that are present, followed by questions of council. To conclude, we will hear closing statements from administration and the applicant. Then the hearing will be declared closed. I hereby declare the public hearing open. I'd like to invite Planning and Development Services to provide an introduction and an opening statement. Please introduce yourself and go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services, and with me this evening is Such Chandyuk, Manager of Development Planning, and Nabil Malik, our Senior Planner. Before you this evening is a site-specific land use bylaw amendment to redesignate part of lands legally described as Lot 6, Block 3, Plan 782-2728 from Public Service District to Parks and Recreation District, and part of lands legally described as Lot 4MR, Block 3, Plan 782-2728 from Parks and Recreation District to Public Service District. Administration is bringing forward this amendment on behalf of École Boreal because it is required to proceed with their application for a school replacement of their school in Abasand. If approved this evening, Council will be rezoning the subject properties only. Approval of a new school would occur through a separate development permit process. Alberta Infrastructure determined that the existing school, which has served Fort McMurray for approximately 50 years, requires replacement due to its deteriorating condition and limited capacity to support a comprehensive curriculum. As described in the application, the new school will accommodate up to 350 students from kindergarten to grade 12. This is 20% increase from the existing school's capacity. Today, the school is served by 5 buses, and at full capacity, 8 buses will be needed. The school board gets full funding to transport their students, and 90% of students at École Boreal are bused into the facility. It is worth noting that a traffic impact assessment would be required as part of the development permit for the new school, ensuring that appropriate accommodations are made for any increase in traffic that may be caused from this development. The school will offer a modern facility designed to enhance educational opportunities for students. The development will also provide improved amenity that benefit both students and the wider community, including an upgraded indoor gymnasium, rentable community space, public francophone daycare, outdoor basketball courts, and high-quality sports field. The construction of the replacement school will not affect existing recreational amenities, including the tennis court or outdoor rink located south of the site. As part of the amendment process, the entire community of Abasand was notified of the proposed change in March 2025 to gather feedback. A total of 114 responses were received, with 97% of respondents expressing concern or opposition to the proposed changes. The most frequently mentioned concern was the fear of loss of green space and recreational area. The proposed amendment was also circulated to municipal departments and external stakeholders for comments, and no comments opposing the amendment were received. Finally, the applicant also hosted 2 public open houses to gather community feedback. The proposed school's development aligns with the municipal development plan, which highlights the importance of promoting equitable access to education and recognizes the municipality's role in identifying and responding to residents' social and educational need. The proposed amendment balances the needs of the school and the broader Abasand community. It achieves this by facilitating the development of improved educational facilities while preserving existing recreational amenity and enhancing overall availability of recreational space. This approach ensures that Francophone students continue to have access to high-quality, culturally appropriate education within the region, while also maintaining and enhancing valuable community asset. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from council? Councillor Dogar.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought you are going to speak. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Madam, a very fine presentation, and a lot of work has been done for the last, I think, 3 years. You people are doing input on it, and everybody is very busy on it. I just want to ask, if we do not approve it, then we go for some other land, maybe Parson Creek and or any where it is available. How much more capital would be required?
Through the chair to the question, this is an existing school site that the school board currently occupies, which is why the proposal is coming to that exact same location.
No, certainly if it is not, we have to approve it, hopefully. And if it is not approved, then what is the next option?
Through the chair to the question, if a school board or any entity was interested in building a school within the region, they would have to first look at availability of land and then look at the zoning to ensure that it would be supported. We generally have inquiries for lots of different uses within the region, and they follow a similar process. And if the school board or Alberta Infrastructure was interested in looking at another location, it would be the same process.
Thank you very much. When this school was built up first time, you have some idea?
Through the chair to the question, I believe Such has that answer.
Through Chair to Councillor Dogar, we do not have exact information. This was constructed prior to municipality amalgamating into municipality. From what we are informed, the school building is about 50 years old.
50 years old? Yes, I came to know, I went to that school and staff, and they say about 1978. You are right, it's close to that. So, as per to save money, save dollars, save time, because, you know, they have invested some time to getting permissions and connections. You have also done quite an input. And if you do not approve this motion, then all the input which is already done is going to be wasted. Am I right?
Through the chair to the question, that's part of the development process. There's a lot of back and forth. There's time invested in whichever motion is going to be approved here this evening. At the end of the day, we're here to ensure that the right decision's made.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Any other questions? No, thank you. Next, I'd like to move on to opening comments from the applicant. I'd like to invite the applicant to come forward. Please introduce yourself and go ahead when you're ready. Oh, now do you have a question? You had all kinds of time. Chop, chop. Sorry, didn't see your light come on. Run a tight ship here.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a brief introduction. My name is Connor Smith, the Senior Planner with Altera Engineering, and joining me is Marc Labonte from CSCN, the Treasurer, and Robert Lessard, the Superintendent of the School Board. Before we move on to our presentation, we do have one item we'd like to introduce to Council for consideration, which has resulted from our feedback that we got from the public, and we took it to our architectural group to provide as much pencil sharpening as they could to get this site whittled down to the very bare minimum required for the school footprint. And we do have a slightly modified land use area that is going to be proposed, and if Council is willing to consider it and move it forward, that would be what would be voted on the bylaw.
Yeah, we can certainly accept that. If there's any concerns here. All right, let's get the info.
And
you know, I read about this a few days ago. Now I got to read about it again, right?
And if I may, it is to increase the amount of space that remains public park space and limit the amount of space required for the school footprint itself.
Thank you. All right, take a couple minutes just to look at this. So a reduction of 0.06 hectares?
That's correct, approximately. Yeah.
How many square feet is that?
6,000.
6,000?
600 square meters or approximately 6,000 square feet. Yeah.
That's not 600 square meters.
0.06 of a hectare is 600, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So in relation to this, the lands adjacent to it, roughly 6 personal private lots. Sound about right? They're about 100 square meters each, somewhere in that area. They're around 6,000 square feet, I think so.
Yes,
so 10.
Deputy Mayor,
10.
depending on the type of lot, that could be range between about 4 to 4
to 10 kind of thing?
I would say about 2 to 5, depending on the type
just
of
to
product.
Get up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We have a brief presentation. We're going to have to move pretty quickly. There's a lot of content. So we're just going to talk about the project itself, review what we heard, and provide ourselves available for questions. The rezoning is intended to create a public service area for the new school to be built beside the existing school and the current site to be returned to Parks and Recreation for public use. The design team has worked very hard to minimize the footprint, and the proposed school lease is actually smaller than the current lease that the École Boréale has. The CSCN has been in Fort McMurray since 1989 and has been in their current location at the École Boréale for over 25 years and has been part of the community for that whole time. The mandate of the CSCN is to provide K-12 Francophone education and the current site does not allow them to complete high school education at an equivalent to other facilities. Providing schools is the responsibility of multiple partners. The province is responsible for funding and managing construction. The municipality is responsible for providing service school sites and reviewing development permits. And the school board is responsible for operating the new schools. A new school was determined to be required to provide K-12 education that meets program needs, equivalent program needs to other schools. The current school is over 50 years old and was assessed for renovation potential, but determined that that would not address the shortcomings. The municipality has confirmed that no alternative service sites are available which would meet the needs of the school, and utilizing the existing infrastructure is the most efficient way to deliver the school without additional costs to the municipality. The new school will provide the required K-12 facilities for a full Francophone education as per the mandate of the Francophone School Board. The funding for the new school was confirmed in 2024, and the school board has been working very closely with the municipality ever since. A rezoning was deemed to be required to facilitate this, which was submitted in January of 2025, and that's what we are seeking approval on today. An extensive public engagement process was completed to gather feedback on this proposal. Community feedback, Community feedback outreach included Father Beauregard School, McMurray Métis community, Abasan community, and the Fort McMurray community at large. An open house was hosted in November of 2024. Multiple mailouts were sent out, extensive discussions with the community were had, and outreach was conducted all the way up till May 2025. We hosted a What We Heard event, which summarized the feedback we got from the community and updated on the project. Key items that were noted by the community included impacts to green space and recreational amenities was number one. Traffic congestions and other traffic concerns was second. Safety issues and construction impacts and disruption to the community also ranked. Many residents voiced support for the project as well. Father Beauregard School welcomed the new facilities and social opportunities. The site in the established location of the school should continue to be here was a frequent comment we heard, and support for the Francophone community was encouraged. The new parking areas will also be helpful to alleviate any congestion on the roads that currently exists in the community. And as far as impacts to green space, public space has been maintained as much as possible. Sports fields and play areas will be added and accessible to the public, and the existing ice rink and tennis court areas will not be affected by construction. This is an existing use and traffic will not be increasing substantially. It has about a 20% enrollment, so it could be that 20% traffic increase happens, but as was noted, 90% of students utilize the bus system, which is fully funded by the school board. The new parking on site will actually create a much more ability to absorb the traffic, so there will be less accesses onto Abasan Drive and more parking areas for the bus laybys. There will be less traffic on the road during pickup and drop-off periods. And additionally, the new parking areas will be usable by the community outside of school hours to access all the recreational areas. Emergency access will always be a concern in Abasan, and it is diligently managed by emergency services who are acutely aware of these concerns. Again, the extent of the growth of the facility is not going to have a significant impact on emergency services. The project will cause some disruption to the community for approximately 3.5 years. The construction will be subject to the community standards bylaw, and a construction management plan will be required during the development permit phase to be approved by the municipality to mitigate disruption as much as possible. Now, maintaining the school site at its current location allows for continuity for students and staff. No other adequate sites were available. The school capacity increases to 350 students, which represents a much smaller than average school, which is appropriately sized for the community and was chosen to remain at that size specifically to be sensitive to the community. The project also meets many of the goals of the RMWB, including the newly adopted MDP, which seeks to provide home and belonging, welcoming communities, equitable access to education, and to celebrate cultural diversity in the region. Again, the proposed site, we've been very diligent to make it as small as possible, and with the amended region, the lease area would be slightly under 2 hectares. The community benefits include upgraded gymnasium and indoor community spaces, which are very important in a winter city. No outdoor play areas, a high-quality sports field, increased parking for the ice rink and tennis court areas, and this building has been thoughtfully designed to be very attractive with some high-quality renderings included at the end of this presentation. Again, the project will take about 3.5 years to complete and get the sports fields in operation, but by completing the school replacement and doing it right and thoroughly the first time, no future disturbances will be in the community will be anticipated for many years. The project has been identified as a provincial priority. The École Boréale has been a great neighbor for over 25 years and wants to continue to be part of the community. The provision of the new school aligns with the MDP and the municipality's vision for the future. The project will need to satisfy all design and permitting requirements, and it will result in an exceptional school and investment in the community. We seek council's support on this project, which will enhance community infrastructure, celebrate cultural diversity, and promote connection for generations to come. We've included a few visuals of the outside of the building.
You're kind of pushing your limit here.
Okay,
You're a minute over already. I know this is important.
I will leave the image up for council to see. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us that extra time. It was a long presentation.
It's going to, you'll get to all those almost guaranteed.
I appreciate it, Deputy Mayor.
Do I have any questions from council? Really? Yeah, I'm looking at you.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation. When you said there's no other, maybe I misunderstood you. You said there's no other lands available for this school?
Deputy Mayor, through you, we were advised that there were no other service sites that would meet the needs of the school.
Can you clarify what you mean by meets the needs?
The Deputy Mayor, again through you, the municipality has advised us, and we were not part of that. I was not part of that process, that land review process, but they have advised us that there were no other sites that were serviced and available to meet the needs, either probably from a location perspective or, again, the servicing perspective.
That was the feedback from the RM?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? All right, I'll leave a few with myself. Councillor Branjoko, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I think I heard, if I heard you correctly, the impact to the area, to the community will be about 2.5. How long will this project?
Deputy Mayor, through you, the project construction period will be approximately 3 years, and it includes 1 year for demolition of the existing school. And there will be an additional time period to get the high-quality sports field that is proposed. It's basically a soccer pitch, to get that into a state where it can actually be used because of the turf.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I want to ask you, you are going to demolish this completely or a portion of it?
Deputy Mayor, through you, in response to Councillor Dogar, the existing building will be completely removed. There will be nothing remaining of the existing facility, and that area will be turned into effectively a soccer pitch, a high-quality, flat sports field.
So for this period, what would be the arrangements of the education?
Deputy Mayor, through you to answer Councillor Degar's question, is that we plan on continuing the education, so the old building will still be in operation during construction. Once construction of the school is complete, roughly 22 to 24 months, then the students move into the new school. Once the students are in the new school, then the demolition of the old school begins.
Correct. Thank you.
Any further questions? You're good?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, I've got a few questions. I don't even know how to start with this. As it was said, that it seemed to, and correct me if I'm wrong, administration, but was it 97% in objection from the community? Because it's taking away the green space? I know this isn't supposed to be about the structure, it's supposed to be about the rezoning. I understand that, but the package was full of detailed architectural drawings. So how can, and I've looked at this shape of this site, and it's literally, it's the exact shape of the building with the parking lots. So how can we not make it about the structure? And I'm struggling with this one personally, and I'd like to understand that, or ask you, is there another alternative to building here? I know it's been asked, but have you looked at avenues where you could get another facility that's already somewhere, like an empty school or something that you could utilize in the meantime? Like, have you looked at every avenue and this is the only solution?
Deputy Mayor, as we went through the process of analyzing the needs of the Francophone community, we did look at the existing facility, at seeing what the potential were for renovations. The costs were over 85% of constructing new. And the province supports new construction or replacement projects once that threshold reaches over 80%. We did, in fact, have discussions with the RMWB on other potential alternatives for sites. However, there are several factors that are involved when selecting school sites, and that includes servicing and the type of amenities that are required at that site. In our case, the school site that we currently have, it operates well for us in the location that we're at. And Rabat, I'm not sure if you got anything else to add in terms of the obtaining the new school as opposed to a renovation.
It's needed to know that it took a long time to get here, getting approval for funding. We do have students that do attend other buildings with partnering school boards, because we do not have space in our school to welcome them and have the appropriate spaces such as science labs, CTS spaces as well. So we have looked at different options over the years. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, but I think the current structure does not meet the needs, and we need to look at a different structure, and it's time for the school to have a new building.
Okay. I guess I'll have comments in debate, because it's going to be hard for me to ask you a pointed question. So, all right. Sorry? I'm just saying I'll have some comments in debate versus questions. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I agree. 97% said no. That is all data of that locality. Abasand, the great community. I like it. I love it. I followed them in during fire up till Cold Lake and Lakla Beach and Edmonton. But the thing is, who is the sufferer also? There are about around 300 students, and it would be more. Have you taken the data of those parents also? This is a central locality for the town, and it's quite easy for everybody to bring their children. If you take it to Parson Creek, I read it in the papers, it was written likely place is Parson Creek. That is on extreme corner. So that aspect has also to be seen. They also written that trafficability. I was standing there in the peak hours from 4 hours.
Do we have a question of the proponent?
No, question on the same. Okay, fine.
Yeah, because we can cover that in debate. All right, thank you. Okay, no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
So have we received any written submissions that need to be acknowledged for the record?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ball. Through the chair, we have received one written submission in opposition and 23 in support of bylaw number 25013, as outlined on our covering public hearing page, which is found on page 51 of 256 in our agenda package, which is published this evening. In addition, following publishing our agenda, we did receive an additional 19 written submissions, which have been distributed to Council for consideration and will be included in our agenda package following tonight's meeting. I'll indicate those for the record now. Mayan Gillingham in opposition, Shauna Deptuk in opposition, Amy Yule in opposition, Amber Atkinson in opposition, Jennifer Best in opposition, Noel Mullins in opposition, Peter Frankham in opposition, Gina Normore in opposition, Jeff Gale in opposition, Alexis Gale in opposition, Barb Hay in opposition, Aaron and Ryan Ogren in opposition, Alexis Hitchcock in opposition, Jasmine Lozon in opposition, Patrick Vile in opposition, Deborah Geldart in opposition, Stephanie and Dustin Evans in opposition, Guy Choquette in support or opposition not indicated, and Cindy Bremner in opposition. So in addition to the written submissions that I had just spoken to, there are in total 18 additional in opposition and one submission that didn't indicate whether they supported or opposed the application.
So for totals, we have, is it 19 written submissions in opposition and 23 in support and one on the fence?
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have anyone registered to make a verbal submission?
We do, Deputy Mayor. We have a number of written verbal submissions that are here with us this evening. We have a combination of those in attendance tonight as well as those on Teams.
Perfect, well, thank you. We'll start with Melissa Work. Top of the list. 5 minutes, right? Yeah. So I'm going to say this about, I don't know how many times, 15 times. State your name for the record. Remember, you have 5 minutes to make your submission, and following your submission, remain seated there for questions of council.
Good evening. My name is Melissa LaRose Work, and what was the other question?
That's it.
That's it? I have 5 minutes. Okay. So good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council Mayors. I'd like to thank you to allow me to speak to you tonight. As a resident of Abisan, I feel it important that I share with you my thoughts in regards to these rezoning. Please allow me to introduce myself again. So I'm a mother of 3, soon to be grandmother. I have been a resident of Abisan for at least 6 years, and we were there during the fire and had to evacuate, so we understand the effects that it had on the community at that time. I live in Abisan, but I also work in Abisan in the area, and I am on those grounds every day. I see firsthand at a professional level and a personal level how these green spaces are used. I see currently garbage used all the time, left in this beautiful space, and I'm often disgusted by the lack of respect that's given to those areas. I believe that this new school would provide a space for community where our soccer players can come out, the baseball players, and I believe the parks could be available for the young children in this area. Being a French speaker community and a community member, I am for this rezoning and new build. I want my grandchildren to attend this school with pride. I urge you to allow this project to continue immediately. And the reason for the urgency is because the parents and the school board, we've been waiting and taking action since 2022. Again, we've got to make mention that the Charter of Rights states that the following under Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights of Freedom and Canadian citizen who are in the French or English-speaking minority in the province or territory have the right for their children to be educated in the minority language. École Boreale has been operating in Fort McMurray since 1989. I'm asking you guys to help us no longer wait. My daughters were not fortunate enough to continue their full education in French due to the current infrastructure. This is having an effect on the culture And it has a fear of mine that our culture, our language will be lost due to this heritage not being something that they practice every day other than at home with myself. I'm hoping that you'll agree that my granddaughter deserves better. She is not yet born. July is our due date. And however, the parents also living in Abbotsford are here tonight, and they are making the choice for École Boreale to being their school of choice. So finally, I'd like to thank you for their time, and I'm pleading for you to allow this project to continue for the children of this city. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And you have a question, Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Madam, for very fine presentation, and thank you for coming over. In my papers, the recommendation is one of the points is written that it would be a traffic problem. Density of the traffic would increase. So that was the point of the residents. What you have to comment on it?
My comment to that, it's a two-part question. So I look at it from the perspective of being the resident, but I also look at it as being the person that works on I honestly believe that the way that the new parking lot is going to be set up is going to allow for less traffic, allow for less vehicles to be on the side of the road, congesting it for other people to go around. This way, as it stands, the buses have to go all the way around to Father Bogart, around the whole loop to get to our school. As what I can understand from the new project, they're going to come in, they're going to go in our school, back out. They're not even going to do Abbotsford traffic areas, from what I can see. So I think it's actually going to diminish the traffic, to be honest.
Thank you very much. I was there for half an hour on the intersection. Even presently, there is hardly any problem, and it is less dense than the Timberley and Thickwood. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And you have no further questions. Thank you. Next up is Adeline Azang. Rolling the dice on that. So I say the same thing. So please state your name for the record. Reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your submission. And following your submission, please remain available for questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council Mayors. I wanted to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. For the record, my name is Rufin Tifen Tompe, and I'm currently a grade 12 student going to École McTavish High School under École Boreale. I stand before you not just as a former student of École Boreale, but as a representative of countless students and families whose voices often go unheard in Fort McMurray, the Francophone minority. École Boreale is the only serious French language school in our city and the only institution where French is not just taught but truly lived. For students like me, it's more than just a school. It's a cultural lifeline and a safe space to preserve our language, our identity, and our right to equitable education. Right now, the school is trying to expand, not out of luxury, but necessity. I want to be clear, this is about ensuring equal opportunity for Francophone students. When I had to leave École Boreale and attend McTavish, I was cut off from my rights. My education in French was disrupted. There weren't enough teachers, there wasn't enough support, the system couldn't handle the demand, and the solution became forcing kids like me to adapt, not the system itself. That's not fair. You can't simply shuttle French teachers between schools across the city. That's unrealistic. That's not sustainable, and that's not how you deliver quality education. We're already a minority in this city. If we don't invest in our only real French language school, we're effectively turning our backs on an entire community of students. Expanding École Boreale isn't just about more classrooms. It's about protecting language rights and giving future generations a fair shot and making sure no student has to go through what I went through. Now, I've heard concerns being raised in the community, and I want to address them with the seriousness they deserve. Yes, green space matters, but so does equitable education, and I believe there's a way to balance the two. Thoughtful development doesn't mean destroying nature. It means planning in a way that serves both the environment and the people in it. Losing access to education impacts lives in ways that fewer meters of lawn never will. Traffic and safety concerns are valid but manageable. These are issues that arise with any school, and they have solutions. With proper traffic planning, designated pickup zones, and collaborations with emergency services, we can mitigate these impacts. They should not be used as a reason to stop a much-needed expansion. As for construction and infrastructure, temporary disruption is not a reason to delay long-term progress. Construction ends. Students being pushed out of their school because of a lack of space, that damage lasts. And finally, the rational and suitability. If supporting a growing population of children in a minority language school isn't a sustainable reason to build, then what is? Noise, space, these are manageable concerns, but you cannot compare those to the long-term damage of denying minority communities the ability to grow and thrive. And let's be honest, we're not asking for a megastructure. We're asking for enough space to keep students in the school, enough resources to offer classes all the way to grade 12, enough support so families don't have to choose between their language and their education. I know students, many of them, who were forced to leave because the school simply couldn't hold us all. That's not just unfortunate, it's a failure of the system, and this expansion is a chance to fix that. We're not asking for special treatment, we're asking for equal treatment under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantees minority language education where numbers warrant it. In Fort McMurray, those numbers exist, and the need is clear. So I urge to think about children who are growing up now. Think about the message we send them. If we say no to their future because of a discomfort or fear of change, think about what's fair. The expansion of École Boreale is not just justified, it's essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you have some questions from Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through the chair. I certainly appreciate the passion involved in your presentation. And I want to be clear from my perspective. The decision that I'm looking at making tonight has nothing to do with the value of the education or your right to education at all. I absolutely 100% support that, and I believe the province does with the funding and everything else. So that part for me is not even a question. For me, the only question is the land use bylaw and whether this is the most appropriate location for that to happen. Not whether it should or shouldn't, but is this the right location? And that's really what I'm looking at. So my question is, if busing were available and the school was built in another location, would that still not accomplish everything that you so passionately just represented?
Okay. Yes, it would, but already given that Abisan has enough space to provide that, it wouldn't make sense to completely switch out the locations. We could still do it within Abisan, and it would give almost the same results, if not better. We have the space to do it there, so there is completely no reason to have to switch out the locations.
And I'm only asking the question because you see the two different arguments. Like, one is that you very passionately represented the right to this education. I agree with that. And I guess it becomes a point of debate whether this is the actual right location. I don't attend, my kids did attend French immersion in Father Beau in the past. But that's really my only question is, can this still be accomplished in another location? Not whether it's the right thing or not. Can everything you just said be accomplished in another location? That's really the question I have.
You're good? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I just want to commend your presentation, the audacity to come before us and make your points so clearly, and this is what we want to see, and thank you for doing that. The only question I can ask is if you can share how you're moving from Eco Boreal to the Mactavish, how it affected you in terms of circle of friends, psychologically or socially. Did that have any impact in terms of your breaking friendships or anything that you can share?
Thank you. So yes, moving schools had a large impact on me. Already going from one school that I'd spent years in and having to switch because there wasn't enough grade present was a really hard toll to take and a large change. And yes, I had lost friendships. And not only that, but not being able to stay in the primarily French school that I was in, my grade 11 year, I unfortunately had to stop taking certain courses in French at McTavish because they were not provided. So being given that if Boreal were larger and had continued through grade 12, I would have never had to experience those problems. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thanks for coming. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Certainly appreciate your passion. That's evident. And then some.
Thank you.
I don't think there's a single person that sits around this table that wishes that you get a reduced education. That's certainly not evident in this room. But let me ask you this. If you had a bigger, better, faster facility that provided way more amenities, would it be better or worse? And the reason I'm saying that is I'm looking at, because you've got grade 12 in this school, and that seems to be a concern, right? You don't have, I think maybe 11s and 12s aren't in this facility. Look at the other high schools. They have running tracks, they have football fields, they have, one of them has a full facility that you can run a Pan American Games at. Can't do that in Absent. So the land assembly is a lot smaller than you think it is. So I'm wondering, is the site big enough? And do you think that having those additional amenities that Father Merck has, that Holy Trinity has, would be beneficial to your education?
Donc, il veut qu'on monte. Okay. Yes, I still believe that Eco Boreal would be able to provide us with that, especially with the new plan that they're coming out. Pardon? Yeah. And the school that is next to us, they could also plan on sharing spaces, as was mentioned. For example, Ecole McTavish and Holy Trinity, there is a shared track space. So Ecole Boreal and the school next to them could do the exact same thing, share some space for tracks and other fitness areas if needed, and that issue would already be resolved if that's the case.
So, excuse me. So you believe that that site could house that type of amenities, the Absent site?
Pardon?
For the record, I'm a landscape architect and developed multiple school sites. It won't fit.
It won't fit.
It won't fit. And so.
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not in construction, but from my...
I'm just saying. What I'd like to know is, would those types of facilities enhance your education?
Pardon me?
Would
Sorry?
those types of facilities enhance your education? Your opportunities?
Repeat the question, please.
Sorry?
Could you please repeat that for
So
me, sir?
what I'm trying to find out is if having those additional facilities, right, like the running tracks and so on, would that enhance your opportunities for education?
Si ça va enhance son éducation.
Make it better.
Make it better. Mais oui. Oui, ça pourrait. Mais ça pourrait, oui. Yes. It actually does have a possibility of taking part. Because going to school, especially as an athlete myself, a lot of students, knowing that there's those fields possible and accessible fields and such, it could even motivate you to go to school even more, having a bunch of those fun activities and spaces to do such. So yes, it could play a part as well. And we know that if the school also has space to play sports, whether it's track, a basketball court, etc., that could also futurize other students from Boreal. You could see become professional athletes from that. So it is also beneficial in different ways. It can help education and also just people that are aspiring athletes in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more questions for you. So we have Alexandra Tarasenko. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lavalley. Last minute. My bad.
Last minute. So my comment is the same as Councillor Granison. It's not the location, it's the, is that area going to be good enough for the future of your school? Because that school can be anywhere in Fort McMurray, it's just the travel, right? And I know traveling sucks because I drove from Anzac to Thickwit every day. I graduated from comp, so you know what I mean? But sometimes there is travel that's involved. So do you believe that this location is in the best interest for the school and the future students?
Qu'est-ce que je pense que oui? Je pense que c'est étonné. Attends, sa question était quoi? No. No matter the location, the school would still be the same, so I do not feel as though that would make that large of an impact. It wouldn't change much as with traffic and all that stuff, because for McTavish, for example, there is also traffic at McTavish High School, and I'm saying that as someone who drives to school and back home. There's going to be traffic regardless of where you go, so there's no need to just change locations, knowing that in either location, there would be traffic either way. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Okay, that was your last question.
Okay. Thank you.
Alexandra Tarasenko. So, state your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to make your submission and remain seated for questions from council. Thank you.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor Ball, councillors, and everyone in attendance. My name is Alexandra Tarasenko, and our family has called this community home for over 15 years. I just want to say that I am here to make a motion to speak in support of the motion for rezoning to allow for the construction of an expanded Francophone school in our community. I appreciate this platform for community consultation where residents can come together to shape a shared decision that is good for everyone. And I do believe it is important that this consultation we come up with something that is deciding not who is right, but what is right for this community. I made my own discourse, but I wanted to answer a couple of maybe just a little remarks to your question to the previous speaker, as you were asking, if she would prefer going somewhere else in the community, right? If that school was somewhere else. I thought, my understanding was from the presenters at the beginning that actually there were consultations and there were researches done, and they've determined that with the budget, with the opportunities that are here, this is at this point the best place. Of course, our kids would love to have something close to the home so that they don't have to commute for 1.5 hours every day to get to school, which is an awesome spot, of course, but it does take from their time. Yet, I think we operate within certain restrictions, and we need to go with that. Sorry, it's totally off my script, but I'm just responding to the previous questions. Well, when it comes to Francophone education specifically, I want to mention, I did a little research. There is so many more communities, and maybe it's not a question here. We do understand, everyone, that we need a Francophone school that goes up to grade 12. Such small communities as Cold Lake, even Plamondon, St. Paul, they got Francophone education going up to grade 12. And ours, of course, doesn't have it. It would be an awesome thing to have. And certainly the limited facility right now does not allow that for that expansion. My understanding, I had my hesitance and my reservations up to last week when, after I've attended the presentation done by the, it was infrastructure, Alberta Infrastructure, I think it's called, or it was, Alberta Infrastructure. So it got clear to me that this project will create evident benefits for the actual community of Epicent. The residents will benefit with extra parking spots that will be created for the traffic. They will benefit from this basketball court, the proper soccer field. I know the green space is an issue, and it always is something precious. I remember us being in a consultation over Virginia Byrne Chess Park and how much we fought for that space when the church wanted to take over that. These spots are rare and they are appreciated. My understanding was from that presentation that there will be a different green space area allocated on another side of that site for this purpose. So in a way, that actually addresses the concerns of the residents. I understood that this company, the Alberta Infrastructure, did like a lot of consultations with residents and approached it with a lot of care, trying to address those concerns. And to me, one of the big things that I think will, it shows the commitment to community is that this property will have no boundaries. Everyone in the community, the school, the Father Burgard School, the residents will have access to the soccer field, to the basketball fields, to the parking slots. I think parking is a huge issue for our communities with our growing neighborhoods. So having that gives certainly a benefit. Needless to say, Alberta Infrastructure is paying 100% of the cost, which is will not put an extra strain on our municipality, which is definitely an advantage. Of course, as a mother of four, actually, I was meant to start with that. As a mother of four, I have three children who graduated from École Boreal, and I have one who will be speaking later today who is in grade 7. Well, they did have to go to other places for their grade 10, 11, and 12, even 7 earlier. And it was a big shift. And we did have to get really creative. In grade 12, I remember my daughter having to take actually classes, a couple live, a couple online, and one do an independent study, just because the École McTavish, it cannot accommodate all the Francophone students, just along other lines. So, of course, there will be years of construction, and it will be inconvenient for Epicent residents. It will be inconvenient for the school, for the students, but I believe that long-term it is worth the trouble, and the benefits will be much bigger. To conclude, I just want to just highlight the Francophone community has fought really hard for this to happen. There were countless letters of support, there were consultations, there were advocacy meetings, and I do believe that this is actually a hard-earned project that that we all need to embrace, like as a community, because it will only make our community better. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do we have any questions? No, you get off scot-free. Thank you. Next up is Megan Williams.
Hello, my name is Megan Williams. I am an Anglophone parent of 2 children that attend École Boreal. And I am the robotics coach, and I organize our science fair, so I spend a lot of time in the school. I had something written down, but I would like to address some of what's been coming up. We are building a small school. It's not even as big as St. Martha's, and that is to house our K-12. We aren't going to have a stadium that can host a Pan Am Games because we don't have that kind of school population to support that. And we won't with the school from K to 12 350 kids. So we're not looking for that. People choose schools for different reasons. I am not a Francophone, but my kids do qualify for Francophone education, and I've chosen the school because of the language, not because of its football stadium. So in a community with diverse needs and people that want different things, I think that this space is very appropriate, considering the municipality has told us that it is the location that's most easily serviceable for our school and appropriate for a school of 350, not a McTavish, not even a St. Martha's, 350 K-12. And we will serve different students, maybe not the ones that want to go play football because we don't have a football stadium, but we will serve the students that want to have a Francophone education. So on that note, we really need this school. I spend a lot of time there. The teachers eat lunch in a classroom. There's no teacher's lounge. The international students are in one of the breakout rooms. There's no space for anything. I cannot offer the same robotics programs that are in the other high schools because there's absolutely zero place that I can build a 12 by 12 foot game and leave it there for a season. We are waiting desperately for this space, and we need it as soon as possible. So a lot of work has been done to get this money, and I would like to maybe clarify that the money is provided from the federal government and the provincial government. And the provincial government made this a priority and wanted to fund the school. And then we had to ask the federal government for more money because it became a joint project with the RCFA, the Francophone Association. So you guys know that money doesn't just sit around waiting for everybody to plan for a certain area and then replan for a certain area and delay. And at some point, this project may not be able to happen because we lose the federal money. Maybe it remains a provincial priority, but maybe the federal government says no more, and we lose that money. So we can't delay this project forever. It may not happen if we do that. So I don't. In some ways, I don't care where it is. But if the municipality has advised our school board that this is the best site for us, there is no other site that's serviced and has the amenities we need. And then we went and did a lot of work to design a school that fit into the space that apparently takes a smaller footprint than our current school. And then we delay it, and then we lose our federal grant money, and then things like, then we don't get what we wanted. And everything that the speaker, the passionate speaker before me said, stays true. The students have to move and don't get their Francophone education. I do want to acknowledge that we are asking a lot of Abasand who has had to endure an amazing amount of construction since the wildfire. I just want to, I guess, provide some assurance in that our children are going to be this construction's neighbors as well. I sit in those parks after school every day for an hour to an hour and a half while the kids play, or while my son's in his extracurricular activities with my daughter. We are also going to suffer the construction, and hopefully all of us, the residents of Abasand and the people who attend the school, will enjoy the benefits together.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you much. And you have a question from Councillor Dogar.
Thank you very much. The question is to the administration, how much it is going to affect the environment? Is there any yardstick? Is there any yardstick or any?
Can we hold that question?
Abasand is already at a higher place.
Yeah, I'm just saying, can we hold that question till after the
Okay,
presenters,
fine.
maybe?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very nice presentation.
Thank you. Matthew Coyote. Coet. There you go. My last name's Ball. Does it sound French? No. Although my stepfather's name was Gervais, so. Introduce yourself, please, for the record, and remember you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mathieu Caillouette. I am a proud father. I'm also president of École Boréale School Council and Fort McMurray resident since 2006. I gotta say, tonight's been quite emotional. And we've gone through a big journey. And it brings me back to when we had the announcement last year that the project was finally approved. And people actually cried in the school, mostly parents, because it was a big moment, because we've been fighting for this for a long time. We want our children to be able to have an equivalent education in French, and that doesn't only include the education, but also the culture. The French School Board has a dual mandate. It's not only to have a school and provide French education, but also to promote the French culture so that it's not lost. I want cherish growing Franco-Albertan. This is not just we are also Albertan. I have 2 children that were born in Fort McMurray, and every time you talk about your kids, you're always going to be emotional. So Victoria is one of the people that actually sent a letter. She's in grade 3, and the kids are taking part of that process. And they're very encouraged at the opportunity of being able to take a full education from kindergarten to grade 12. What I want to explain is that we also are realistic, and we understand, like Megan said, that this is for 350 students. We are not able to get all the facilities that an English school might have when they have 2,000 students. So the current plan that we have in place, given that the municipality has said that this is the lot that's available for us, is the perfect plan for us. And I want to make sure that it's understood that we're asking for something to be fair. We want to have, as per the Charter of Rights, under the Education Act, we need to be able to cherish our French culture within the minority. I also want to highlight that I have personally actually been part of the integrated team that's been planning for this school since the announcement. And I'm extremely grateful for the people that we have right here that presented the plan, because they are professionals in building new schools. Fortunately, I have visited 2 schools that have been recently built in Edmonton by the school board and Alberta Infrastructure. They are beautiful schools, and they are professional. They built them to last, and they also built them as a good community member. So what I'm trying to say here is that we're in good hands. I feel like they've engaged Abassan and the community themselves and the school and the parents and the educators to make sure that we have a school that will last and that will fit our needs. I want to thank you as a council. I want to thank you as a council for stepping forward and volunteering to represent us. And I hope that you will be able to do that today and approve our plan to build a future for our kids within Fort McMurray. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? No, looks like you're scot-free. Thank you. Lynn Bone.
Good evening,
Hi, Lynn.
Council
State
and
your-
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, state your name and you got
My name's Lynn Baum.
5 minutes.
I have been a resident in Abassan for the last 15 years. I have 2 children who have gone to school. One was outside of Abassan and one goes to school in Abassan. One's graduated now. He did have to travel after grade 6 to Father Merck up in Thickwood. So travel is pretty normal for most of our students that go to school in Abassan.
Good job. Thank you. Any questions from council? No, no questions. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Boudreau. Did I get that one right?
I thought I was number 8. I'm number, oh. Good evening, members of the council, neighbors, and fellow residents. My name is Caroline Boudreau, and I speak to you tonight as both a resident of this neighborhood and a teacher at the Francophone school. I walk these streets, I work with children, and I care deeply about this community, its future, its values, and its people. I'm here to express my full support for the proposed Francophone school project in the park space next to the existing school. I know there are concerns, noise, traffic, the park, the rezoning. I've heard them all, but I'd like to offer a different perspective. One grounded and lived experience, and in what I see every day inside inside of our classrooms. This school is not just a building, it's a response to a real, urgent need. Now, about the park. I hear the worry about losing green space, but let's be honest. A park that sits empty or underused is not more valuable than a park integrated into everyday life. This project doesn't erase the park, it gives it purpose. With good design, the green space can be preserved, even improved, and shared between students and the public. It can become more vibrant, more accessible, and more alive. I also want to address the rezoning. Yes, it's a big change, but rezoning is not a loss. It's a tool. It allows us to adapt public land for a public good. We're not selling it to a developer. We're not building a condo. We're using public land to build a public school that will benefit our community and the Francophones for generations. And as a teacher, I can tell you, infrastructures matters. We're doing our best in building that's in a building that's stretched to its limit. That's not sustainable. A modern, accessible school creates a better learning environment and a stronger neighborhood. Schools bring life, connection, and pride to the communities they serve. I urge you all, neighbors and councils alike, to see this not just as a construction project, but as an opportunity to invest in our children, to embrace diversity, and to shape the kind of community we want to live in. I want to also add that I've lived in Fort McMurray 34 years. I've lived in Abassan since 1999. I lost everything in the fire. And I moved to Abassan because I wanted to be close to the school. Thank you for your time and for listening, not just to the loudest voice, but to those who are quietly building a better future from inside our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? No, no questions. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Krista Menchenton. So just a reminder, state your name, you got 5 minutes, and stay seated for questions.
My name is Krista Menchington. Thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns today. For those of us opposed, this is the first time we feel like our voices are being heard. I'm a longtime resident of Fort McMurray since 1981. We purchased our home in Abassan in 2008, knowing that we wanted to be in this great community. We were especially drawn to the area for the green space and the big field in the heart of the community. As you are aware, in 2016, the wildfire destroyed a large portion of our neighborhood, and Abassan became a construction zone. A constant caravan of heavy equipment and concrete trucks traveled back and forth on our small streets with every utility interruption you could imagine. This is the reality that we've been living for the past 9 years. But as these lots started filling up, we could finally see an end in sight. But that was until November when we found out about the proposed build. After a concerned resident posted a sign that was displayed outside the Francophone school. At the first open house, we learned this was going to be a large-scale build, kindergarten to grade 12, on a separate lot, while the current school would remain open and functioning. Our concerns quickly shifted to the size and scope of the build. This is a minimum 4-year build, and this is the timeline of the builder. It's scheduled to start this fall and not end until spring/summer 2029. After the open house, I made a post on our community page and was very quickly inundated with messages from residents that had no clue about this build. To say people were blindsided was an understatement. Schools in established neighborhoods are usually renovated because the infrastructure is simply not there to handle big builds. Father Bow was built 5 years after Frank Spraggins, now Boreal, and they completed extensive renovations to their aging infrastructure. École Boreal is choosing to build a new school on land that was designated as parks and recreation, protected by the land use bylaws. Let's be clear, everyone in this room is in favor of a new Francophone school. We are against the location. We have serious concerns that have unfortunately been minimized and brushed off. The report you have before you from Terra and CSCN is a carefully crafted package that withholds relevant information while purposely embellishing others in favor of this build. For example, traffic is a big concern. This report mentions Emergency Hill as an alternative road. The city rep confirmed that Emergency Hill would remain just that, an emergency access road, so to even infer that this is another road for traffic is misleading. One of the things you won't find in this report is that currently 10% of the school enrollment lives in Abassan, with the remaining 90 coming from all other areas of town, most living north of the bridge. Under French language laws, transportation is a protected right, and therefore, no matter where you live in the city, you are guaranteed transportation to the Francophone school. Why didn't they highlight this in the report? Because you would understand that this school can literally be built anywhere. But if you look at this logically, it would also make more sense north of the bridge, as the majority of students enrolled live in that area of town. Not to mention the potential for housing developments, with future students moving to the city where they would most likely end up settling. This school is designed to be a destination school for all future Francophone students moving into the RMWB. This means they expect enrollment numbers to increase year after year, but in this report, they minimize those numbers. A Today paper article written about this build, and I quote, "Space is limited, demand is growing." Board Chair Tanya Samura says there are 1,085 potential students in Fort McMurray. We have proper numbers to build a school that will accommodate our families up here and more to come in the future. So it's being built as a state-of-the-art destination school, but they expect the enrollment numbers to be minimal? One of the most disheartening claims is that they've done extensive public engagement. Not one person I spoke to outside of the Francophone school system even knew the school was being built. Despite knowing we had a community page, to date, not one post has been made by the builder or CSCN to inform us of any information, open houses, or hearings. No flyers circulated, no mail sent except for what the city sent. 2 signs and 2 open houses only meet the legal requirement for the land use bylaw amendment. This location was identified by the city and Alberta Infrastructure as the most suitable because of the cost and the convenience. It met all the criteria to start the build immediately. The residents' interests were never taken into account, and they were never intended to be. So much of this build has been done discreetly. I can't help but feel that this was done on purpose to push this build through with minimal attention and therefore minimal resistance from the neighborhood. CSCN never had meaningful interest in engaging the residents of Abassan. If this land use bylaw is amended, we will be faced with another 4 years of major construction. Our kids will lose vital green space and traffic will be negatively impacted. My son just turned 13. If this build goes through, he will be 17 by the time he gets his green space back. Everything comes at a cost, and right now, the residents of Abassan are expected to pay 100% of that bill. I urge you to take this into consideration when voting on this amendment to the land use bylaws, and remember, this land was originally set as parks and recreation for a reason, to protect the space. And it would be available to kids in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Doesn't look like you have any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Leo Perrant. Okay, so state your name and you have 5 minutes. Oh, hold on, can you, yeah, you gotta push the button, there you go.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, council members, bonsoir. Mon nom est Léo Parent. I will speak in favor of this bylaw change. I'm not a historian, but will give a quick background to the Francophone school, because I was involved in the first program set up. Over the years, the Francophone people in McMurray discovered that immersion, while it was good, was not enough for the Francophone students. there was a pull-out program with the Catholic School Board established, and that operated for a year or two. After that, there were 4 portables set up in Peter Pond Junior High School for our elementary school. That was not an ideal setup. Through negotiations with the school board, we were set up at the Birchwood School at the time, which is opposite Fort Father Mercady. And we were there for 3 years. Now, ideally, we would like to stay at that location, but because it was more central than what Frank Spraggins is. But the Francophone school boards were established at the time, 4 school boards for the province, and transferring of the Birchwood School to the Francophone board, the Centre Nord, was not possible. And through negotiations, the only site that was available was Frank Spraggins School in Abasand. And again, not ideal. It's not as central, but it would work. So my 3 kids have gone through Centre Boreal, and we've seen it progress over the years. Initially, it had an enrollment of 75 students. It's now at about 170, and the potential is to grow, and we need to consolidate to a better place. So again, the location, anywhere in the city, but from my understanding, the only possible locations was Abrams Landing, not Abrams Landing, Parsons, and that's the other end of the city, not an ideal location. Abrams is not for school zones, and all the other school zones are taken, so this is just a convenient place to have it. The option that the school board looked at was enlarging and renovating the existing school, but that would take probably 4 or 5 years, and it would disrupt the school and the teachers and the students for that length of time. The present zoning change bylaw before you basically changes where the baseball diamond is to school zone, and another green zone will be set up in the same lot that's there. Again, people have talked about traffic and whatever. This will never be a big school. There's potential in McMurray for a bigger French school. A lot of Francophone parents are satisfied with the immersion service, and that's their prerogative. Anyways, the Francophone community is looking forward to this new school, and this new school will be a boost to the Abasand area. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. You cut that off real short. I didn't expect that. Do we have any questions of council? No, none. Sandra Legacy.
For the record, my name is Sandra Legacy. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council. As I stated, my name is Sandra Legacy, and I am a resident of Abasand. And I would like to go on record as fully supportive of the proposed changes to the land use bylaw for both parcels of land indicated in this evening's agenda, allowing for the construction of a new French first language school. École Boréale has been a vital part of our community for decades. This school is not merely an education institution. It serves as a cultural hub where the French-speaking population can immerse themselves in their language and, more importantly, their heritage. It plays an essential role in fostering a sense of belonging and identity within our community. And before I go any further, I would just like to state that the start and finish times of the French school is different from the English school, Father Beau. Therefore, the traffic never meets. The French school starts, I believe it's before, and finishes before as well, or it could be vice versa, but they don't meet. And I know this because I drive by there all the time. While I acknowledge the new construction will necessitate the elimination of some current green space, it is important to recognize that these areas are very underutilized. I live right across from the green space. I see what happens there. Since I have lived in Abbotsford, I have never seen a ball game, a soccer game, or even family picnics take place in that green space that everybody seems to be so concerned about. I have, however, seen people use that space to let their dogs poop while they are walking and don't pick it up as they continue on their walk. The two play parks located behind both the English and French schools are where most of the children actively engage in play, and these will remain unaffected by this development. Additionally, just to reiterate, the tennis courts and ice rink will continue to be available to the community while this construction is going on. I understand that there will be inconveniences during this construction phase of a new school, but I believe it is unavoidable. It is an unavoidable aspect of progress. The long-term benefits and having a dedicated educational facility for our French-speaking population far outweigh the temporary disruptions. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I encourage the support of the proposed changes to the land use bylaws so that this school can get built.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And any questions of council? No, you're off scot-free.
Thank you.
Maurice Champagne, I think. So state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, dear Mayor, dear Deputy Mayor, sorry.
It's written right there.
Oh my goodness, and member of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Maurice Champagne, and I am the Executive Director of the ACFA Regional of Wood Buffalo, the Francophone Association, the official voice of Alberta Francophone community in this region. I'm here to express our support for the proposed zoning amendment in Abbotsford, which will allow for the construction of the new École Boréale. This is not just a school project, it is a critical investment in education, equity, and community development. According to the 2021 census, 1,340 children in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo are legally entitled to Francophone education. That represents 7% of the region's child population. These children and families are not just statistics. They are active members of our municipality whose constitutional rights under Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom must be respected and supported. However, since its official opening in 1997, the existing building in Abbotsford has become inadequate to meet the demands of a growing population and modern educational standards, especially at the secondary level. Currently, high school students are not accommodated in the facility, sharing space with an Anglophone school due to the limited space and the absence of necessary infrastructure, including science lab, construction workshop, and specialized classroom need to offer quality education. This has a direct impact of student educational success and well-being. In the spring of 2024, the Ministry of Education approved the necessary funding for a new school building. After careful analysis and collaboration with the municipal official, the current site in Abbotsford was identified as the most appropriate location. The project will involve building the new school adjacent to the current building. Once complete, the existing school will be demolished and the land will be restored as a public park, preserving green space for the community use. This project will provide the neighborhood with modern amenities, including a regulation-sized gymnasium, upgrade community space and daycare, paved outdoor court, and high-quality sport facility. The community space and daycare will continue to be managed by the ACFA Regional of Wood-Buffalo. The many benefits of this new infrastructure will be a significant asset for the Abassan neighborhood. This is a project that has the full support of the Francophone community. Our families, our educators, our youth, and our elders have long dreamed of a space that reflects their identity, respects their rights, and offers the same opportunity as those available in the majority language. This new école boréale is not just about building, it's about belonging, dignity, and future generation. I strongly encourage you to consider and approve the proposed zoning amendment to facilitate the construction of the new école boréale. This project is well planned, long awaited, and fully funded. It is based on clear data, legal obligation, and real community needs. We sincerely hope we can count on your support to help move it forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Nope. Seeing none. Line Landry. Lenny, I don't know. Well, it's spelt like line. Like.
Okay. Hi, dear Deputy Mayor and City Councillors. My name is Lynn Landry, and I'm honored to have recently been appointed as a Vice Principal of École Boréale. Fort McMurray has been my home for the past 14 years, and during that time, Abassan has always been the heart of gathering space for our Francophone community, a place where people from all over Canada and the world come together. I sincerely hope this special connection remains strong for generations to come. As a dedicated educator for over 12 years of teaching experience in another local school districts, I urge you to approve the proposed zoning amendment for a new school. This new facility would create valuable learning opportunities for students who are currently constrained by our overcrowded building. A modern, spacious school could better support their academics, cultural, and personal development. I'm concerned about the preservation of our language when the kids have to go to another school and leave us to go to the Anglophone side. I understand that some concerns have been raised by Abassan residents, and I truly respect their perspective. However, I am confident that with open communication, careful planning, and adherence to building regulations, we can move on forward in a way that respects community and benefits everyone. Our goal has always been to be good neighbors, and we are committed to continuing and strengthening that relationships. A new school in Abassan would not only enhance local educational opportunities, but also provide shared resources such as sports facilities that all residents could enjoy. Furthermore, it's important to consider the local economy. Businesses in and around Abassan benefit from the presence of the school community. If the schools were to be relocated to another area, many of these businesses would experience a loss in revenue from decreased foot traffic and community engagement. As I know, I personally moved to that school a year and a half ago, and since then I already have my hairdresser in that building. I stop at the SO every morning, so there's a lot of traffic coming there. So relocating those businesses will also suffer from that. If the school were to be, and thank you for taking your time and thoughtful consideration of our rezoning request. We look forward to continuing to grow and thrive together in Abassan.
Thank you. So do we have any questions from council? No. Thank you very much. On Teams, I believe we have, is it Guy? I can't even pronounce your last name. Chouquette? Well, 58, that's a stretch. Is Guy online? We got 3 more after Guy, and it looks like Guy's not answering. All right, guess we're going to take 5 here. Sorry. If we lose Councillor Dogar, we lose quorum, so we can't continue on. So, and apparently he has to go to the bathroom. All right, 5 break. Okay, everybody, I was talking into the microphone. Okay, we were looking for resuming where we left off. Guy Chaquette, I don't know if he's online or not. Okay, is Guy, you online? Got his hand up. Okay, should we go to the next one? He has to. No camera? No. I don't know. And do we have Tristan? Try Tristan. Okay, we're gonna jump forward to Tristan Laguerre-Matt.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Tristan.
Can you hear me?
I can. So state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes, and I guess hang out where you are, wait for questions.
My name is Tristan Laguerre-Matt. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak in support of this, and for the record, I've been a resident of Fort Mac for 25 years now. I went to the school for grades 1 through 7, and I came here today to speak about that experience, being forced to leave after grade 7, but it's clear that you've already heard this throughout the evening. And so instead, I want to speak about this vote itself. Now, this vote today is not for yes school or no school, it's for using this specific land. However, as has been discussed verbally earlier and is in the written material that were presented by the project folks, there is currently no other land that has been marked as suitable for this project. And so getting a new land, if this vote were to be rejected, would take a long time. And as has been mentioned earlier by one of the presenters, that may lead to a loss in funding. And so while this vote might not be for yes school, no school, the actual end result is that a negative vote could result in either a significantly delayed project or a worse school due to reduced funding. This would result in either worse outcomes for the kids or more generations of kids who are forced to leave their school prematurely. And so I would like you to please take that into consideration as part of your vote today. Now, in addition, I do feel for the people of Abasand who obviously have been through a lot over the past decade and do not want more construction. The reality is, if we say no today and we end up finding a new school location, and by some miracle we keep the funding, and 2 years from now we have this vote again, we're gonna have the same conversation because nobody likes construction. It's an inevitable fact that there will be construction and there will always be people who are against it. And so I don't think that we can be in this loop of always saying, oh, well, there'll be construction, there'll be convenience, and so we have to keep deferring, which is a negative outcome. In addition, I know there's been comments about green space. Again, I would like to remind that the new project is using less area than the original school. And so the net result will be more green space for the community. I know these are all facts that have been discussed today already. I just wanted to reiterate them as we're approaching the end of the session today. And I guess last comment I have is that this is not actually just for the Francophone community. I've been working here in Fort Mac for 8 years now, and in that time, I've had colleagues who reached out to me who are not Francophone, expressing interest or asking questions to me about what it was like to go to the school and that they want to send their kids to the school so that they could have a good French education and experience. And so the school is an amenity that can attract, talent to our community, right? Like these people that I'm referring to, these are highly educated professionals from across the world. And so having these amenities is a net benefit to our community, and having it complete in a timely fashion is something that will benefit us. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much. So I see we have Guy on the line.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you're up next, sir.
It's Guy Choquet, and I couldn't get on because Legislative Services had turned off my camera and my mic. I had to come back on, just so you know.
But we're happy to have you.
Tonight I was listening, and I was reminded in 1972 when I was in grade 11, 12, they redid our high school on the same ground where I was going to school, and I don't even remember having an impact. So I'm just sharing that as a student. I don't remember it having an impact on me, and we had a new school at the end of the day. And those of you who have my letter in your package, I kind of laughed when it's kind of was identified as being non-committal. That's just my Red Cross neutral background providing that kind of language in my writing. But I actually am supporting the school. And it's interesting because I went to the presentation last week. I had received a presentation before. I thought I knew about the school. But last week I went to the presentation and I discovered the school is going to become an asset to the community. And I was surprised. I'm going to give feedback. I think the consultation process, the community engagement process, I would give that a failing grade. What we've set up now is we have a whole French community that are hoping and praying that this school will continue, because that school is the center of our existence. It's where we have our community events, where older people meet, younger people meet. And then you have this community who have had the longest recovery experience in Fort McMurray. As director of the recovery operations, I can say the most intense, hardest cases, longest cases were all in Abasan. So that Abasan has not recovered properly as a community. So what you're having is an under-recovered community hitting against a change that's happening in their community, losing total sight that this is going to be an improvement and an addition. I call it the green jewel. If you look at the picture of the model, it's going to be an incredible addition to the community. I also go to that school often. I take the taxi. The staging area is a parking area. The taxi driver doesn't know where to go, go here, there. And then as soon as there's buses, it's mass congestion. Look at the plan carefully. The buses go inside the school ground. It's going to be way better for traffic. And if there's an issue with traffic for evacuation, that's not the school's fault. That's the community's fault. I'm sorry, but if there's an issue with evacuation in Abasan, that should be addressed and not just brushed off as, okay, we're okay, and we won't let the school build so. But I just want to share that I think I really feel this school, the way it's been designed, it's a community asset. We should already have a committee of members of the community with the school to talk, how are we going to do long-term integration planning, all of that. It's going to have a top-notch soccer field. Okay, so that's what's being planned. So if it's not being built, what are you going to have? You're going to demolish a school and you're going to have like a lot? Space? Like, what the hell is that going to be? I'm sorry. It's just like, that doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, I support the school. And I think you need a better community engagement process. It's not just on the French school to do that, the French side. It's a whole community approach. I'm not sure how the municipality is set up now to have that kind of support, but let's face it, Abasan has not recovered properly. Everybody knows it. They all say it. Let's not pretend that hasn't occurred. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of council? Hearing none. Next up is Michael Jesso.
No, it's on.
Yeah, state, I was doing state your name. You have 5 minutes to present.
Sure.
Thank you.
So my name is Michael Jesso, and I moved to Abasan at the ripe old age of 9 in 1986. I attended Father Bow. I worked at the Abasan Red Rooster and from 13 to 17, and I enjoyed everything about growing up in that neighborhood. The tennis courts, the arena, the vast trail networks, and trikes and skidoos. My parents are now in their 70s and they still live there. For some perspective, Abasan was smaller then. There were 2 schools, Father Bow and Frank Spraggins, each with about 200 students each, and it's worth really hanging on to those numbers. The field in the center of Abasan housed 2 outdoor rinks, tennis courts, a football field, 3 baseball diamonds. It's important to note the baseball diamonds are gone. There's trees planted through one of them. There's a soccer pitch sort of set up in another one, and the other one's just completely gone. Football field's gone. Starting in 1998, the land at the end of 401 Abasan, 401 Athabasca Avenue began clearing, and roughly 425 new homes were built, making up Aspen Gardens, Hilltop Estates, and Riverview Heights. Add on another 2,500 for basement suites, and Abasan population grew. It's around this time that the Catholic School Board closed St. John's Junior High, which sat at the Superstore parking lot. This is the school Abasan kids would go to after leaving Father Bow at grade 6. This caused Father Bow to add grades 7 and 8 to the school. Abasan Strip Mall was also built at this time. Abasan is now full. Like, it is full. Father Bow currently has 370 students and 60 staff members. That's 430 people. Traffic at pickup and drop-off extends to the Abasan Esso, past the school, then up to Alpine Court. Is this working?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, couldn't hear.
Hear you loud and clear.
I'm getting a feedback. On top of that, we have a busy daycare running out of the Abasan Mall. There's just no room for a K-12 school. The bylaw changes clearly encompass the tennis courts, arena, and the ball diamond. Now, I know that's been maybe altered. I'm not sure, but it seems to have changed a few times now since the original packaging came out for this, so nobody kind of knows what's true and what's not. If the new school were built and the same number of students and staff were applied, that would be the equivalent of adding a high-rise building to Abasan. We have 1 road in and 1 road out. Our 2016 escape was lucky. People left their cars and physically ran out of the area. Even with the emergency access road open, we barely made it. And I know that because I was the one who had it opened. Police didn't know about it, fire didn't know about it, but it was from the 1981 fire, so I knew to open it. At the current population, we can't add another, say, 430 students to that. The scale is already not in our favor. We've had 3 evacuations now, 81, 2016, and 2023. And we all know there's going to be more. Father Bow, at the time of that evacuation, was only at about 250 students. So they're at 370 now. So the room just isn't there. We go on about the green space, and the green space is lovely, but you have to remember the green space for some people is all they had to remember Abasan when they came back and it was flat, because it was flat. When you turned the top of that hill, Abasan was gone, except for that green space. So as someone else had said, it's sort of like compassion for the school on one side, but you're dealing with PTSD on the other side, because the people that live in Abasan lived it. They lived hell. Abasan doesn't lastly, Abasan doesn't need any more construction. The last of the homes are still being built from 2016. People in Abasan want normalcy to return. Just when we start to see the end of a very dark period, now we're going to lose our tennis courts, arena, another baseball diamond, not to mention the last of our green space. Abasan has suffered enough. 97% of the people surveyed said no to this happening, and I think you guys should honor that. It's their neighborhood. It's where they live. A lot of people have brought up that a lot of these kids that are in this school don't live in Abasan. So that would be the equivalent of those people coming to your neighborhood and telling you, Lance, we're going to put an apartment building on the green space across the street from your house. It's the same thing. It's no different. You have people from outside coming into your community that you've lived in for 40 years and telling you it's going to be changed. It's just not right. It wouldn't happen anywhere else, and it shouldn't happen there. Another thing I'd like to point out is that it was brought up many years ago about a water park to be in the center of Abasand. And I think you might have been in Parks then, and I believe that we were told then that it was the infrastructure, that they couldn't handle water and they couldn't handle this and that. So the question now is, how can a new school be put there when people wanted a water park? And there was probably 97% of the people who wanted a water park at the time. So we were told to go to waterways. You know, if we lose our tennis courts, we're told to go somewhere else now. That arena that's up there, if it gets spilled over and it gets ruined, when are we getting it back? We don't know. And that, like, NHL players have played at that arena or that rink because they grew up in Fort McMurray. It was one of the rinks available, and it's one of the rink spaces. Abasand cannot afford any more population added, and we can't lose our green spaces. We just can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I wasn't in the NHL, but I played on that rink.
What's that?
I wasn't in the NHL, but I played on that rink. So, any questions from council?
We're good?
Awesome. Thank
Sweet.
you. And I believe last up is Devin Wenzel. Oh, he's over there. So state your name for the record. You have 5 minutes. We gave Michael 6, but, and stay seated for questions.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Devin Wenzel. I've been proud to call Abasand my home for the past 18 years. This community isn't just where I live, it's where I've built a life, where I've seen neighbors come together in times of hardship, where I've experienced firsthand the resilience of people who call it home. I'm speaking tonight not because I'm against the education or against the French school, but because I believe that safety must come first. Our recent history has shown that the devastating consequences of inadequate emergency infrastructure, and I cannot stand by as we risk repeating the past. Many of us remember the wildfire that forced us to flee with little warning. We packed up what we could, rushed to safety, and hoped the flames would spare our homes. Some of us lost everything, yet we rebuilt, not just structures, but our sense of security and community. But that security is fragile, and it's threatened when we do not plan with safety in mind. The scars of that evacuation remain, and they should serve as a wake-up call. Have we truly learned from the past, or are we setting ourselves up for another disaster? Abasand has only one single road in and out. We have seen how dangerous that can be during emergencies. When lives are on the line, congestion and blocked roads can turn a manageable evacuation into chaos. Now imagine adding students, staff, their vehicles on that same road. Imagine trying to evacuate a school while an entire neighborhood is also scrambling to get out. Imagine how quickly a bad situation becomes catastrophic. Congestion and blocked roads can turn a manageable evacuation into chaos. Before the school is even built, we will see large trucks and construction equipment further clogging the roads, increasing risks for residents during wildfire season. What happens if a fire breaks out while the road is filled with construction traffic? What happens if emergency vehicles can't get in? We should not allow short-term development create long-term dangers to the very people who call this place home. Our firefighters and first responders are dedicated, skilled, and heroic, but they are not limitless. Every extra minute spent navigating crowded roads in emergency means the difference between safety and tragedy. A blocked road could mean a family doesn't make it out in time. A delay in emergency response could cost lives. We cannot afford to gamble on a scenario that we know puts people at risk. We are not asking to stop growth. We are asking for responsible planning. We urge the council to consider upgrading infrastructure before increasing population density, including creating a secondary access road, conducting a full evacuation impact assessment to understand the risks before construction begins, exploring alternative locations for the school, one that provides safer access and do not jeopardize emergency response times. We have already rebuilt so much from the ashes. We have proven our resilience, but we should not be forced to prove it again. Please do not put Abassan in a position where we have to evacuate and rebuild once more. Tonight we ask for leadership, we ask for foresight, and most of all, we ask you to prioritize our safety over convenience. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Is there any questions of council? No, hearing none. Thank you. And we have some late additions. Next up is Maya Wilson-Beaudry. So state your name for the record, and remember, you got 5 minutes. Last time I saw you, you were playing with puppies.
My name is Maya Wilson-Beaudry. Okay, I'm just gonna start. Dear Deputy Ken and members of the City Council, I am reaching out to you today as a student at École Boréale. My name is Maya Wilson-Beaudry and I am in grade 7. I have had the privilege of attending this school since pre-kindergarten, and I am incredibly proud to receive my education in French. Being able to continue my academic journey in this Francophone institution right here in the Abassan neighborhood is an exceptional opportunity. I would like to express how vital it is for myself and for many other students to keep École Boréale in this neighborhood and to invest in the construction of a new modern school building that meets our needs. Choosing a Francophone school is choosing to preserve my culture and my language. French is part of my identity, and being able to learn it, speak it, and live it every day in a Francophone environment is an invaluable privilege. Mastering French also opens many academic and professional doors. It increases university admission opportunities, strengthens critical thinking, and fosters creativity. Furthermore, learning a language is also about learning to understand and respect other cultures. However, our current school no longer meets the needs of today's students. The building is aging, the classrooms have been too small and poorly lit, and the facilities are outdated. The cafeteria kitchen is worn down and requires major renovations. New sinks, stoves, tables, microwaves, cupboards, dishwashers, drawers, and most importantly, better ingredients and utensils. The gymnasium is too small to accommodate multiple groups or to host a variety of sports activities. We also lack diversity in the courses we can take. Unlike other high schools, we do not have access to enriching optional programs such as esports, carpentry, cosmetology, or other technical and artistic fields that could spark passions and create future career paths for youth. What we are asking for is not a luxury, but access to equitable education in a healthy, safe, and inspiring environment. It is also a recognition of the value of the Francophone community in this city. The Abassan neighborhood is peaceful, welcoming, and safe. It is an ideal place for a school to grow. That is why it is essential that the new school be built here, where it has always stood, so we can continue to learn and grow in a setting we know, love, and are deeply connected to. Thank you for taking the time for letting me read this letter. I sincerely hope you will hear our appeal and support the project to build a new École Boréale in Abassan for our future, our language, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice job.
Thank you.
So do we have any questions?
Thank you.
Nobody's going to put you on the hook. Good job. Next up is Theodore Tarasenko. What? I just went with what you wrote. You're up. State your name, 5 minutes. You know the drill.
Yep. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Theodore, and I'm a student at École Boreale. I'm here today to tell you about a project that could change my future and my classmates' futures. The construction of a new French school in Fort McMurray. This project won't be possible without your support for the zoning amendment proposal currently under study. Our current school offers good elective courses, but the possibilities are limited. We need an environment that encourages exploration, creativity, and the development of our talents. And that begins with a building that truly meets our needs. With a new school, we could find access to more diverse programs like a wood shop. These classes are not just fun. They give us the chance to learn in different ways, to prepare for future careers in engineering, architecture, or skilled trades. They can also help many students regain motivation and discover talents they never knew they had. Today, many young people spend way too much time in front of screens. Hands-on and creative courses like woodshop could spark new passions and promote more active learning. But to make that possible, we need a proper space, something our current school cannot provide. That's why the zoning amendment is such an important step. It marks the beginning of a modern, inclusive, forward-looking school. By approving this zoning change, you are giving us the opportunity to learn in a safe, motivating, and inspiring Francophone environment. In conclusion, I sincerely ask you to support the zoning amendment for the construction of the new École Boreale. This project means a lot to me, and we hope we can count on your support to make it happen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. You too. Nice job. I loved woodshop. Not gonna lie. Do we have any questions? No? Good job. Thank you. And last but not least, Jedediah. I can't pronounce your last name. Sorry, Jedediah. Is that what that says? Jedediah? That's not what that says. I know I blew your name, didn't I? Correct me. State your name and you have 5 minutes. Oh, you got to press the button there in front of you. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Dear Deputy and Councillors, I'm here today as a student of École Boreale. My name is RMWB and I'm currently in grade 5. I've been attending École Boreale since 1st grade. Today, I want to share with you how important I believe it is for our community to have this new French language only school and why I care so deeply about it staying in Abassan. My parents and I chose to attend a French-only school because French has been an important part of my family's history for generations. It is our secondary language, and I want to continue speaking it so it stays alive in our home. I'm sure many other students feel the same way and want to keep French strong in their lives too. Language only survives when it's spoken, shared, and passed down, and a new, larger school would give students the opportunity to do just that. Please remember the Charter of Rights allow me to have this education. I love going to École Boréale in Nabissan because it's close to my home, it has lots of outdoor space, and I'm familiar with the area. There's even a convenience store nearby for emergencies. Abassan is a peaceful and safe neighborhood, and I believe that staying here is the best choice for a school community. Moving to another location could make it harder for some families and may even cause some students to leave. Our school building is very old and we no longer have enough space. Classrooms are cramped and our equipment like projectors, desks, lockers, and lights is outdated or broken. Some desks wobble, lights flicker, and the lockers don't even close properly. I believe we lack proper learning spaces. Furthermore, many students have to work in the hallways with no common learning areas like in all the other schools in Fort McMurray. There are no design areas for small group activities or quiet learning, which makes it hard to concentrate and limits the support that teachers can provide. We have been working many years to secure government funding for the construction of a new school. And we are very excited that for the first time ever, the government is offering funding for a Francophone school in Fort McMurray. While new buildings have been financed for English and immersion schools in the past, this marks an important and long-awaited step towards equity for our French-speaking students. A new and modern school would mean more space, better technology, a motivating environment, and the chance to grow our Francophone culture and community. It being built right here in our existing site in Abassan, we wouldn't lose our neighborhood, our routines, or our sense of belonging. This avoids delays and disruptions and allows us to keep our community together while moving forward. I'm proud to attend this school in Abassan. I sincerely hope I can continue doing so in a space that finally reflects the value of our education and our language. I hope your decisions will help me and all of my fellow students at École Boréale turn this dream into a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Last chance, last questions. Awesome job, well done. Well, that's the end, right? Last is the last registered. Okay. I hate to ask this, but I have to. It's gonna make me. Is there anybody else in the gallery wishing to come forward to present? Going once, twice, gone. Okay, so are there any further questions of council to administration? Reminder, once the public hearing is closed, no further questions or information gathering can occur. I have some of the presenters, so I don't know if I can ask them at this point. Those three fellows right there.
There'll be closing opportunity for the applicant as well.
Oh, further, that's after the motion though.
So we'll do
Oh yeah, sorry, there is, yeah. So, okay, so does anyone have any further questions for administration? Anyone? Oh, Stu? Oh, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There was a comment from one of the speakers earlier on that talked about 90% of the school population coming from outside of Abassan. Do we know if that's true?
Can someone corroborate that for, maybe take the chair here and corroborate that for Councillor Weigel? Appreciate it, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, Mark Loante, yes, I can corroborate that. About 90% of our students are bused in to the school. Therefore, the majority of them are coming from outside of Abassan.
From other areas. Okay.
That's correct. We service all of Fort McMurray.
Right.
Therefore, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, Councillor Weigel?
Yeah, the other one is a lot of comments were brought up about this being the only viable location that will support a new school. Is that also correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, what we've done is we look, when we apply for a new school with Alberta Education, the number one requirement from the government is that we have a shovel-ready site available. What we're asking for is to replace the school that we currently have. Now, at the time of application, when we applied to the government for funding to replace our school, so therefore we received the announcement in 2024, which means we applied, our application was from 2023. Back then in 2023, there were no other service school sites that were ready for construction immediately, because that is the number one requirement that the government needs in order to proceed with an approval. So once we received approval in 2024, that was on the premise that we were building the school on the existing school site, because that is where a school already exists and the servicing was adequate.
Gotcha. So it now being 2025, is there now another shovel-ready school site, or are we still in the same spot?
The last conversation I had with administration identified that where we are currently situated is still the best option. There are no sites that could be developed immediately.
So there's no other shovel-ready school sites in the municipality?
I am not aware of any, unless there are some that came just recently. I would not be aware of them at this time.
Okay. And my last question, it talked about the fact that if we don't move ahead with this, that we will lose the provincial funding?
That is a real possibility, in fact, because the government approves your project based on your application. Your application has to identify the school site where you need to build your new school. If this amendment does not get approved today, there is a real risk the government might say, wow, we are in a position now that where there's uncertainty. And the one thing I've learned through the years working with the ministry is that they do not like uncertainty. And there is a risk that our funding is affected gravely as a result of this decision today.
And I apologize. I probably missed it in my reading, and if I did, I apologize. But I did hear the date 2029 thrown around a couple times. We're building an arena in 2 years. Why would this take 4?
Okay, so what we're trying to do is being as transparent as possible in terms of the construction period. The actual construction itself of the school building will take approximately 22 to 24 months. Once the students from the old school move to the new school, then the demolition process begins for the old school. So there's abatement that must first occur, which usually takes about 4 to 5 months-ish, depending on the size of the building. Then the physical demolition occurs, where they remove the entire building, including its foundation, which takes another 4 to 5 months. Once that occurs, then topsoil is brought in, everything is brought to grade for the new soccer field, then it is seeded. And there is a period of time required for that seed to grow so that the field can actually be used as a sports field. And that's where the 2029 year comes into play. There's additional time provided. So usually the sports field is fenced off until it is play ready. And that's why we've provided the timelines we did, just to be as transparent as possible in terms of how much time it might take for the entire project to be finished from beginning to the absolute end.
Okay, no, I appreciate the transparency. And so, is École Boreal, is the school bursting at the seams right now? Is that why the rush to do it? I do believe that we need a full functioning Francophone school. There's no doubt about it. I did an assembly there this year, and it's an amazing program with amazing faculty and students. But wouldn't the school be better served up in the Timberlake, say Parsons Creek or something like that?
So the first question is whether the school is bursting at the seams. The answer is, in terms of strictly numbers, and if we look at how many students are versus capacity, we are not at capacity currently. The main issue and the real reason for the approval that was provided to us by government is programming. So our school currently does not house grade 11 and 12 students because we simply do not have the facilities adequate enough, the right size gyms. We don't have any type of CTS facility whatsoever in that school. It was designed as a K-6 school. And therefore, what's really important is to assure that we can build the correct amount of spaces to allow for the proper K-12 programming. In terms of location, again, when we submitted for our application to the government, we provided them the option that was shovel-ready where we could receive an approval to build that school.
And I guess maybe it was timing, and just excuse my ignorance to the process. Why wouldn't we approve the zoning before we told the province we were ready to go?
The reason for that is because once you get approved for a project, when you are replacing a school, you don't know exactly what the footprint looks like. And generally, a rezoning application, you want to be as precise as possible to identify which area is to be rezoned. And therefore, design begins to a certain point where you reach schematic design. It provides you the chance to see exactly where the footprint of the school will lie, the exact dimensions, which then could proceed to doing the proper rezoning application. We have on other occasions replaced schools where we've done this process before, and to be quite honest, we felt that replacing a school from one, replacing the old school with a new school on the same site as we've done in the past, we wouldn't have garnered as much attention as we have today. But we really wanted to be as precise as possible, which is why the rezoning occurred at that stage. Throughout this process, and if I may continue, Alberta Infrastructure is in control of this project. As a school board, we're here, representing the school, and Alberta Infrastructure is still working towards design of the school. We're at about 95% design currently.
Okay. Yeah, those are my questions for right now. I think I got more in debate, but that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Councillor Rouzier?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a question. Are we dealing with administration yet or the applicant?
Sorry?
Or who's first, the applicant or the administration?
For questions?
Yeah.
Well, right now it's administration.
I could return to my seat if you wish.
I kind of got a question for you.
It's Mark, right?
Yes.
Through the chair to Mark. The school, there's been some numbers thrown around. The new design, what's the capacity?
New design, so the school is designed to take up to a maximum of 350 students. That's the maximum capacity of the school.
So if there was an increase in enrollment, let's say we did go to 500 or 600 or 700, let's say enrollment doubled.
Yes.
What are we doing then? Portables?
We are adding it. No, there's only room to add 2 portables on that school, which would bring it to 350 students maximum. Because any more portables would then encroach onto the sports field. Our plan would then ask for a second school if we came up to that point.
So the
2
current
schools.
plan is a capacity, we're going to build a new school with a capacity of only 350 students?
That's correct. Historically, historically at the school, we've held around 150 to 170 students, throughout the years. It's ebbed and flowed a little bit throughout the years, but we haven't really been able to garner the amount of retention of the francophone population as we would like. Typically, let's say in an urban setting in the city of Edmonton, we usually retain about 15 to 20% as our hope of the actual francophone. In reality, it can be lower than that, and that's the case currently. If we can even get 30% of the francophone population to register with our school and to finish out their studies, then we would be achieving that 350 capacity.
Okay, so through the chair, I guess you're probably not the one to answer this, but does that make sense to cap it at just such, like, I mean, I think everybody that spoke would, in favor of the school, would hope that the numbers would grow. And now we're gonna limit, like 350 seems like an awful small number.
I will invite our superintendent to help us with that question. Thank you.
So that's a good question. So why are we building only for 350 when we feel we could grow to larger numbers? Of course, we got to get to 350 if we ever get there, and then look for another spot in the city where we can give another access to more students. So we have to right size the building for what we know right now, which is 150 to 175 students we have usually, and see if we can build that capacity and then look for different options later on. So if we build a huge building for, let's say, 500 and we don't fill it, this is not very sensible for running a school efficiently. So, and we've also heard from the citizens in that neighborhood, they do not want a 500 capacity school. They're already worried about 350. So.
Correct, but if I play devil's advocate and you grow to 500, then what are your options? It sounds like you got to build a second school.
It could be, like other school boards do when they outgrow their facilities. They look for different options for growth. We're not there yet. I think we're reasonable in our numbers, and we want to build that capacity as we go. And the facility will go a long way. A proper facility will help as well to get to those numbers, and then we'll see where we are after we progress. So. At this point, this is what we feel we need. This has been accepted by government as a reasonable size school for Fort McMurray for Francophone students. Our main goal also, as Mark mentioned, if I may, is that we want to make sure we graduate our students in our facility. We've heard I think they did a great job of explaining why this was important to them. I'm really proud of them. And obviously, we do a good job with them, and they grow maybe take your spot one day as counselors themselves. But we want to make sure that they have the opportunity to graduate in their own environment. And right now, this is not the case. So this is one of the main goals we have, is to offer a K-12 plus a community area in that school.
Okay, through the chair, do you think enrollment numbers would be higher if the school was north of the bridge?
I don't know. I don't have the ability to answer that question. All I know is that we've been part of Abassan for a number of years. We hope we're good neighbors, caring neighbors, and neighbors, and that we continue to grow in Abassan with the community as well. Like Mark said, usually replacement schools are, when there's the opportunity to do it, we build on the same site because we're established in the neighborhood. The community knows us. The kids are familiar and the families are familiar with the neighborhood. This is why this makes a lot of sense now. To speculate on other sites, as Mark said, we're not aware of other sites available for a building.
Okay, just final question. Would you be opposed to a different site?
The school board would be open to conversations if it was a better fit, but at this time, what we have for information, factual information, is that this is the site to build.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, well, I have a couple for you guys. And it's really about this thing that I was given, and someone's going to have to help me with these numbers on the sheet. You might actually.
Absolutely. Yep.
It's been mentioned here a number of times today that the green space is going to increase. I've heard that over and over again. and I'm looking at these numbers, you're gonna have to help explain this to me. What, and correct me if I'm wrong. What I see for your existing lease, my calculations based on what I was given, is the 0.767 and the 377 totaling 1.1448 hectares. And the new lease is 1.609 plus the 0.377, which equals 1.986. That is an increase of 0.842 on the lease, which is 2 full acres of increased lease space, so therefore less green space. Is that correct?
Just to be clear, Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question. Just to be clear, the map you're looking at is the rezoning plan. So the portion of the current lease that's being rezoned is 0.767. But the boundary of the lease that the school currently has does not match what the zoning boundary is today.
So the school doesn't sit right here. You can see the building.
Correct. If I would be able to put my screen up, I could bring up the lease areas map and we could compare that.
I think it's an important point to understand. Yeah. I've heard over and over again today that there will be more green space available than what is current today.
No, and just... That's the one you want to put up. No, this from the presentation. Yes, please. No, our intent is not to say that there's more green space available. The intent of this plat for this particular map is to demonstrate that the lease area that's going to be required for the footprint of the school is being reduced. There has been some comments that this implied that there was an increase in green space. However, that was not the intent of the lease area map that we're showing above.
So the red is the current lease?
That's correct. So in comparison to the rezoning plan, which we can back up towards as well, you can see that the current the zoning plan, whenever this was rezoned in the past, which was a long time ago, I imagine at the same time the school was constructed, a rectangular portion was dedicated as public service. But the lease area extends to cover the parking lot area and some of the playground area, which were never required to be public service because parking lots and parks are allowed in public recreation. So it was never altered to make sure that the lease boundary and the zoning boundary match.
And the municipality built and maintained the play structure.
That's correct.
Yeah, I know because I did it. Yeah. I worked for parks for 30 years, so it's basically on the municipal side. So, okay. So like, I'm just looking at that plan there. There's obviously a significant amount of green space that's located within the lease, but in the proposed one, there's none. It's basically edge to edge, right? Right?
Yeah, okay. Deputy Mayor, yes, there is some open space, but with the additional parking loops and all those facilities, the amount of
that becomes
green space does alter. Yeah, it does decrease somewhat. Yeah.
Okay. So
and that would be just to move it towards that. This map was more intended to identify the loss in green space. So when you compare the previous to the current, about 0.35 of a hectare or 0.4 of a hectare is being lost in terms of actual physical green space.
So the proposed construction would be less green space. But I've heard all night there would be more.
Less open green space, yes. Yes, there'd be some green space, for example, in the front entry areas and landscaped areas, but in terms of
but that's within your lease. That's within your lease. That's landscaping.
Correct. So as in terms of programmable park space, it decreases. Yes.
Okay. So that answers that question.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to phrase this. So I guess my concerns are very similar to Councillor Bouzier's. Fully support, obviously, getting a much better school for growth. No question about that. But my issue is land assembly here because it's tight. It's a tight site. And I get it. It's what's available, right? So you're rolling the dice on that. But as you explained, there was application for funding. Site was selected. But you got approval for funding without approved zoning. If the zoning changes, you potentially lose your funding. Well, you didn't have the zoning to begin with. So I'm a little bit confused on that. You know what I mean? Like you got the funding, you don't have the zoning. So it doesn't make sense that if the zoning didn't change that you would automatically lose the funding. I'm a bit confused on that.
Deputy Mayor, if I could, we don't actually receive the funding.
But you've been
physical
approved.
dollars. The project is approved based on the site.
Based on that exact site?
Yes, because when you apply for funding, or when you apply for a project, you have to identify the site.
Okay, so.
It needs to be identified.
Okay, so I respect that, but I've also heard that you're at 95% design.
That's correct.
Are we talking 90% construction ready? Issued for construction, issued for tender? We're
Yes,
that
sir.
close?
Yes, sir.
A lot of work has happened. I mean, I know how much work that is. That's a lot of work. I built $500 million worth of parks in this community. That's a lot of work to do in advance of an approved zoning. So it almost feels like this is a push to get this done because we've already invested, well, what's the build, 50 million, 70 million?
About 40
million, so you've invested somewhere around 8 to 9 in architectural fees?
Million?
I don't know.
No.
I'm picking
It wouldn't
20%,
be that
that's
much,
what they like to charge us here, so. So there's a significant investment in this project already if you're at 95% issued for construction. Like you're literally a month away from issuing it for tender.
That's right.
Without approval. It feel like we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit. And it's not that I don't support a new school. I'm not sold on this land assembly yet. The green space has reduced, yet I heard all night tonight that the green space will get bigger. Everybody said it. Green space will be bigger. And that's the primary concern of the residents. Well, the ones I heard from tonight, so.
I'm a resident. It doesn't get used.
My son plays there almost every day.
Okay, let's not, okay, no, let's not do that. Yes, please.
Deputy Mayor, if I may, yes, a lot of people talked about the green spaces. Not all of them are working directly on the project with expertise to discuss. Connor just explained exactly where the green spaces are. This is also what was shown at the open house documentation. I believe that's also was shared with the people that came over. So we believe we've been transparent with the fact that, yes, there's a loss of green space as well. Now, as far as the process goes, of course, we need approval from the municipality here, but we did get information that this was an available site. And then once we get the envelope, exact envelope of what we're looking for, we applied for rezoning, which would be a proper process for us to do. No, because we would have rezoned for, we would have applied for rezoning what exactly? So we wanted to be as precise as possible and as much as we could reduce the envelope of the building so it is more transparent again to the citizens that they know exactly what we're applying for. So this is common process for us to start with, is there an available site? Yes, the municipalities mentioned that this was an available site. We went through the process. We brought the project to a point where we were very precise on what we needed, and I think we showed that again tonight. So I believe this is a proper process, and I understand the timing of it. Believe me, I know more than anyone right now that we're under the gun to get this going, and I understand your position as well. But I don't think we went around the process itself. This is what we usually typically do to get to this point.
And to your points, under the gun, I'll give you under the gun. We were given this documentation 6 days ago. Right, 6 days ago. So my question, I guess, further to that is the lease area. I mean, it's a crazy site. And I guess, it's literally just a line around the building. So my question to administration is, because this is a rezoning, do we need to do a subdivision?
Through the chair, yes, a subdivision is required. We currently have an application, and we haven't taken a decision, rendered a decision on it, pending rezoning.
you know why I asked that, so.
The subdivision is in process. I mean, we would only subdivide a site after.
So that being said, you have an application in to get the new one?
Yes. If the
So
site
they have
changes.
an application in for the new subdivision plan already?
We have
This is different than the last one you showed me.
Yes, so the application, the document that you currently have, we have not received a revised subdivision plan
So
for
there's
it.
no subdivision plan for this?
There's no
just came
subdivision
alive
plan for
today,
this.
right?
There's a subdivision plan for the site that's contemplated through the land use amendment. If the new subdivision plan that's submitted by the applicant today, the new rezoning plan was to get approved, an amendment was made, the subdivision plan would need to be revised.
Okay, so to that, how long does it take to subdivide the property? And keeping that in mind, if this land zoning was changed, was approved, how long will it take to subdivide it before they can step foot on it to do any construction? What's that timeline look like? And I believe there's public consultation, posting, and all that related to the subdivision.
Through the chair to the chair. The process of subdivision does not require public consultation. It's a process legislated through the Municipal Government Act and subdivision development regulations, again, provincial. It does not, it goes into circulation, but it does not require extensive community engagement. This is the podium for community engagement when it comes to sort of rezoning and stuff.
Okay.
The plan of subdivision can be approved if the application has already been circulated. I'm not sure if it has been, but if the application has already been circulated, it can be approved in 2 weeks.
So approved by the planning
By
authority?
administration, yes.
By administration, so.
Yes.
That will not go to council again?
No, that will not come.
I
to
don't want to
council.
go through this again.
Planning and development is the subdivision authority, so we would approve the subdivision application, or we would render a decision on the subdivision application.
Sorry?
I said we would render, administration would render a decision on the subdivision application. It does not come to council.
Okay. I have so much more. And I've been talking about this a little bit today, that, and I wasn't trying to lead anyone astray relative to sports fields and soccer pitches and football fields and whatnot. It's just that you want to build the school out as much as possible, obviously. You want to fill the thing up and totally support that. But in our engineering servicing standards, and as we've discussed, it's a guiding document. But when we're building new facilities, we need to meet the engineering servicing standards. We at least try to do our best to do that. And for a high school site, the size of the property has to be 5.5 hectares to allow for those additional amenities. And you typically partner with the RMWB to develop those amenities. And when you look at Holy Trinity and whatnot, we developed those lands with the schools. We paid for it. It was very expensive, but we paid for it as taxpayers. And I'm struggling with it. It just seems that we're just trying to jam this in because we need to get it done. I would much rather see a Holy Trinity. Is that what we're trying to do here? I want your honest opinion. You're against the gun. You're ready to go to tender. I'm asking for there. Is that the reason we're here? Is that we're under the gun? That's it?
No, we're here because we've been planning on replacing the school for several years now. The site was identified as being large enough to accommodate what we need. We're asking for a 350 student capacity school. As I mentioned earlier, our school has historically been around 150 to 170 students. When we're applying for a project with Alberta Education, you have to demonstrate your need. And when you show your historical enrollment and against the potential or what could be in terms of enrollment for the school, you have to be realistic when you're making your request. So the ministry will look at historical enrollment. They look as far back as 10, 15 years in some cases. And they will see that consistently we've only maintained a smaller population in terms of a school. However, we also know that many of our students are forced to or choose not to continue their Francophone education simply because we lack the amenities. When doing the analysis, we determined that around 300 to 350 would be adequate for the next little while. And we demonstrate to the ministry that if we had a school that was about double, that we could allow 350 students with the 170 that we have now, would give us some time to grow into it, about 10 years.
Okay.
And therefore, if in 10 years, let's say we fill that school up, or even before, that gives us opportunity to then request for that second school, which may or may not happen within 10 years. We don't know.
No, we don't.
But when we're planning, we're trying to keep the request to Alberta Education realistic, and making requests for a very large school when in fact you can't historically demonstrate that you have that, it makes your case a lot more difficult.
Right.
And so the goal is to get the project approved by the province.
So I don't think anyone here disagrees with the need of the school. Everyone absolutely supports a much better school for our Francophone community. I don't think anybody disagrees with that, so fully support that. You got me on the 95 IFC. Have you done a traffic impact assessment? Because that question has come up a ton tonight.
The province is required to do one, and as the RMWB requires it, that's correct.
But has it been done, or?
Not sure. Has it been submitted yet?
So, Chair, we have not received a TIA. We have requested it. We've requested it. It would be required at the stage of DP.
Yeah, so considering the one in, one out is a huge stumbling block for me. And I'm just going to leave it at that because safety is of the utmost importance. So, and if we haven't done that traffic impact assessment, I have nothing to gauge that decision on, which is unfortunate, frankly, for you. So, all right, thank you. Councillor Bouzier.
Councillor Stews had his light on for a while.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see him. Jay didn't tap me on the shoulder. Councillor Weigel.
I believe he's muted.
You're on mute. Start over.
Sorry. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Boussier. Going down the same rabbit hole, do we know the enrollment of Ecole McTavish?
Not offhand, no.
I think I heard, and I could be way off, but I heard like 1,300 students. Does that sound right? CEO Butts looks like he has the answer.
Yeah, thank you through the chair, Councillor Weigel. I think the more accurate number would be north of 1,700 at the current state. And I know that from just my wife works there.
Awesome. Thank you. And so how much did it cost to build roughly Ecole McTavish?
Is that question? I wouldn't have that information. If that
it's just to administration or to anybody that has that number.
I don't have that.
No one would have that number. It was done by Alberta Infrastructure.
Gotcha. And so if we're spending 40 million to house 350, if we're going 6 or 5 times that, was it 200 million to build Ecole McTavish? To me, I wouldn't think so. I don't think that we got a shell place out of it. And so I think the question then in a comment that was made is that they need the Francophone community needs a place of their own to follow through and to work and to graduate. That comment was in there. And can we not integrate both? Can we not make a bigger school somewhere else? Take the overflow, like 1,700. I don't know what the capacity is, but I would guess it shouldn't be that. Can we not integrate the bilingual program with the Francophone program I know they may share the same walls, but you could integrate both. You'd have all the facilities. You'd still have your own space, but now we can take some of that 1,700 and move it over. You know, I would guess some of the numbers are probably in around the 80 million that Cole McTavish was built, and so for double the amount, we could house 5 times the amount, and we could grow Francophone as big as we want. We could go to 5, 6, 7, 800, but still use the other part of it and integrate it both. It just, for me, dollar for dollar, it just doesn't make sense, especially when, again, we're reducing the green space, and we don't have a traffic assessment in such a critical area. It's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it fully makes sense to me. I just don't. Again, I feel like Deputy Mayor Ball, I feel like we're pushing this, and I truly believe that you guys probably followed process, but we just seem to be missing a couple pieces there. And I think dollar for dollar, we can build something bigger. And I don't talking Taj Mahal. I know we get caught on the building standards in Fort McMurray and what we've built, but I keep on hearing that we're bursting at the seams in every school that we're in, where we could create a win-win and create a better, bigger space for the Francophone community, I believe. And so, unless I'm way off and they need their absolutely own school that they can't integrate or they can't work side by side, why wouldn't that be a better option?
Deputy Mayor, is there a question there for us, particular?
Yeah, why wouldn't it be a better option to go to a bigger school and integrate it with another, the bilingual program? And not, obviously, you wouldn't need the same programming. You'd have your own classrooms, maybe a shared gym space. But why wouldn't that be a better option and have the room to grow?
If I may. Good question. The programming of both of these two school boards is different. So Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights allows and guarantees full control and management of our own schools for Francophones. We've had those scenarios where we're being housed in other facilities, and it hasn't worked out for the growth of the Francophone community and the full programming of these students. We've heard students that right now, because we don't have any choice, are asked to finish their high school in another facility, and they've expressed very clearly that they want to make sure that they are within a school that guarantees their rights and also allows them to flourish in their language, culture, and identity. So basically, this is not an avenue that our school board would entertain. So,
not even if you guys drove the bus. So if you built the facility, you control the facility, and then rented the extra space.
I mean, the argument to fund the school was made to the government of Alberta, which they allowed and agreed that we needed our own facility.
Just as for context, there's also, out of that 45 million, there's $10 million that came from the federal government, which allows us to build the daycare spaces as well as the community hall that is incorporated into the school. Okay, the total dollar value includes everything. Right. We're talking includes the design, Alberta Infrastructure's time. So every project is managed by Alberta Infrastructure. Every single consultant, every single employee that puts their finger on that project, their time is tracked and incorporated into the cost of a building.
Yes. Seen it. Okay. Councillor, you're good? Councillor Weigel? Yep. Councillor Benjoko.
I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. When I heard that this project was approved, I felt it was good news for the entire community. I know how it feels to be a minority in the group. Even the fact that a lot of people come from different parts of the city to Abasan because of the one French school speaks volume. It's not a negative. I mean, it should support the need for us to support this project. Having said that, I've heard also the voices of those who spoke against, and most of the people that spoke against, if I heard them correctly, are worried about the safety, about the traffic, things like that.
Do we have a question? Because we're not in debate
I certainly
yet.
have time to speak a bit
Yeah, we're
before
not in
I ask
debate,
the
though. That's all I'm
question.
saying. So I just question. If
I
you got
will
one.
get to the question.
Thank you.
So, having heard the opposing part and knowing that the fears and the concerns are the safety, the traffic, and all the physical impact to the area. So this came from administration to us, right?
Through Chair, we are only presenting an application that was submitted to us, to Council. So it's not an administration's proposal. It's a proposal that has been submitted by the applicant as part of our standard processing.
This is part of the process.
Yes, we would bring it to Council.
Yeah, and one of the questions that came before, which will be a key question tonight, is things like the traffic, the impact that this construction will have. And so at what point are we going to have that report? One, and if this report is ready, also the consideration for, fire is one of the biggest things around here. And after the last one, I won't forget, one of the residents told me we are in the north, and this is not strange. I thought it was strange when I saw it in 2016. So how have we looked at all the exit and things like that? So we are talking of at least 2 to 3 fire seasons before the construction is done. So those are my 2 questions.
Thank you. Thank you for those questions through the Chair to Councillor Bejoko. The first part of the question surrounding the traffic concerns is something that gets checked at the stage of development permit. What Council is approving tonight or considering tonight is just a rezoning. It's not an approval of the project.
Okay.
Council approves the project or Council refuses rezoning. If Council chooses to refuse the rezoning, then something that's important to note that there is still a site that's zoned PS. And if they were to increase the footprint of that site to be able to accommodate 350 odd students, a school is a permissible use on that site. And because it's a permitted use, municipality will grant an approval onto the new school site or the same school site for construction of maybe a bigger footprint if they come back with that design. Concerns regarding traffic, fire, all of that gets evaluated at the stage of development permit. This is just a rezoning application. You, Council, is not approving the project. You are only approving the rezoning, which will enable administration to evaluate all the concerns that you just talked about at the stage of development permit. At the stage of development permit, Council administration will do a technical evaluation of the project, which will include traffic assessment. The application will also go to emergency services, and they will comment on whether or not the site is safe for, inhabiting 350 odd students. If through that process, through the review process, technical review process, it comes out that the site is not okay, then municipality may choose to not approve it or approve it with certain conditions, depending on what kind of use is allowed on the site. So at this point, Council is only considering the rezoning. Council is not approving this project. The technical evaluation of it will still happen.
Okay, because I think we've all been drawn into the conversation around the schools, around the inside of the school, the microwave and all that. But if we approve the zoning, And if all the assessments are done and it's not safe, because at the end of the day, the interest of the community would take precedence on anything else. Then at that point, if we then say no, as a municipality, it's going to be at the administration level and not coming to council. But if at that point you now look at it and it's no longer viable, how would this? You're saying that the finance, the grants and things like that might be affected. How much time do you have between this project approval and withdrawal of the funds? Do you have an idea based on similar projects that you know?
If I may, no, we don't have a similar situation that's happened before. So I don't have an exact answer to that, but we would have to go back to the Ministry of Education and Alberta Education and Alberta Infrastructure to relook at the whole project. And we do not know how this would be exactly affected, but it will certainly affect. What we are told is that once the funds are allocated for a certain cycle, a budget cycle, we're asked to spend those monies, that money at that time. And so honestly, we've never had to experience that before. So I would not be able to give you an exact answer on that one.
And it's just a speculation, it's not like for certain.
I think with the projects that the government of Alberta is trying to push forward with schools, I think this certainly there's pressure on us to make sure the project goes forward. Okay. But again, we haven't had that conversation with the authorities.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Iban Joko. Councillor Bouzier. I skipped him last time, sorry.
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair, just I guess to administration, we've heard tonight on a number of occasions that there's no other suitable lands available. Is there any as of today? Maybe there wasn't last year, but like I look at Abrams Landing, Celine Creek. Is there not a parcel that's available?
Through the chair, in Celine Creek, the site that's identified in the outline plan for school is not yet subdivided. It's not developed yet. So for me to say it's shovel ready, it wouldn't be appropriate. It's not even subdivided. Abrams land, yes, there's plenty of public service lands there. I just don't know how big of a parcel do they need. It's all municipal land, but it's not municipal reserve. This land on the other side is municipal reserve, which is where typically schools would go. Land in Abrams land is private, municipally owned land. As far as Parsons Creek goes, there is a site in phase 2 in Parsons Creek, which is identified for school sites. It's designed for 2 school sites. I'm not entirely sure if it's shovel ready. There still would have to be a little bit of grading work that would need to be done onto that site. It's close to the town center lands, opposite to town center lands actually. In that case as well, again, because there's limited infrastructure there, we'll have to check whether or not if it's actually infrastructure ready to be able to sort of start construction tomorrow.
Okay, through the chair. So did we even look at that such before telling these folks that there was no other lands? Did we look at Abrams Landy? Did we look at Celine Creek before telling these folks?
Through the chair, I cannot confirm whether or not we've had, I personally haven't. Okay. I know our director, Amanda, hasn't had a conversation about site suitability. I've spoken to our manager of land administration team. She hasn't had any conversations specific to this being the only site. While I do understand the applicant is presenting that they've had conversations with municipality on the fact that this is the only suitable site, I cannot confirm who from administration said that this is the only site that can be constructed on. In terms of shovel ready, yes, this is the shovel ready site. because it's already zoned, there's already a school there, so it sort of makes sense to replace the current school with an existing school, with a new school. From that perspective, it sort of makes sense. But outside of that, I cannot confirm whether or who from administration confirmed that this is the only shovel-ready site in the municipality.
Okay. Through the chair to the applicant, when did the conversation, and I know Councillor Deputy Ball was asking a few questions about how far you're along. When was the first conversation with the RM about the new school and this location?
Those conversations happened quite a few years ago before we submitted our application. Probably, I can't get the exact date.
Like 2023?
No, before then, 21 probably.
Okay.
Sorry. It's, and I don't recall the name.
Okay, no, that's it's 21, 22, I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. And just one last question, administration, and I'm just trying to, did we not do something, upgrade the park playground in Abasan last year, or? Is that park going to be affected with the build if this school goes?
Yes, it will be. So what we planned on doing is using the playground funding we get for a new school construction to actually save that playground.
Okay.
So I've already talked to the contractor that installed that playground, and they can dismantle it and save it so that we can reinstall it once the new school is built. The goal is not to waste those dollars.
I think we missed that one though.
I contacted the municipality right before building that playground once I found out it's being replaced, and I mentioned that we're designing a school imminently, and it'd probably be a good idea to wait.
Hold
but I was
off.
told it was a little bit too late to.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have, if I can interject here, I've got a question for you, Such. Stone Creek. There's just two school sites in Stone Creek that have never been utilized. Sitting there vacant. We put a disc golf course on them, and it's never come up in conversation today.
To the chair, I had a conversation with Public School Board and Catholic School Board, if I remember correctly, about 2-3 years back, because originally that site where the current disc golf course is was contemplated to be for a school. And both school boards confirmed that they no longer need that site. And that was the point where municipality, I guess, invested some dollars into sort of constructing that discourse there.
Yeah, it was part of the land assembly for the whole development of Stone Creek, giving the 10% municipal reserve. And there's a giant school site there that doesn't have a school on it. It's got a disc golf course on it.
True, Chair, yes.
Pretty easy to rezone that one, isn't it? It's just a golf course, disc golf course.
I am not 100% sure on the zoning of that site, but it might be PR or PS already. I don't know if there are any lease agreements on that site. I don't believe so.
We own it.
We own it.
Right.
It's municipal reserve, so the municipality owns it.
So, reason I'm bringing it up is I keep hearing today that there's no other viable sites. There are. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple things, and thank you for the clarity that our rule tonight is just the zoning change. All the rest is going to come back to council for debate at another time when the development permit's put in. Is that correct, sir?
Through the chair, the development permit does not come back to council.
Okay.
Neither does the subdivision. Administration makes decision on both of those applications.
Okay. Oh, so, but it's within the policies that council has already approved. So, okay, I'm okay with that. And I guess I just get confused because we get into conversations and I know like how the official language is guaranteed, and guaranteed the independence doesn't get to match into other schools or whatever. You're guaranteed within the charter for your own independence, and sometimes we get into lots of conversations. But my next question is, if I understood this, no lots available, can we frame that? No lots available without an extended cost. We can create a lot anywhere that we have the land, but now we have to run water and we have to run sewer and we have to run all of these things. So no other lot available without spending another $5 million, or no lot available at all. Do you know what I mean? Like, to me, they're two different things.
Through the chair, like I mentioned before, there's plenty of land in the municipality. I'm just not sure if it's service ready or serviceable at all. And if it's at a stage where this land currently is. I mean, it's an established school site. Other lots are there, but they're not established school sites. Some of them may also have to go through the process of designating land as municipal reserve, subdividing them, rezoning them to PS to allow for a school site, and then of course negotiations between Government of Alberta, Alberta Infrastructure, and the school boards to be able to sort of get funding for those sites, prepare new plans, and spending all that money again onto architectural drawings and stuff like that. So that will obviously require some money and time and effort. But given that, again, like this site is already a school site, the amount of money that would have been, and by no means am I a financial consultant or anything, I'm only speaking from my planning experience. A site that's already development ready versus a site that you'll have to make development ready will take more money than this one.
Yeah, okay, which is fair, because that would be my understanding when are there any developable sites available? That's put the shovel in the ground, water and sewer, everything's already there. And that's what I'm saying, we don't have those readily available without additional costs, which then eats into the budget that the province has approved. I would assume that if you had to spend all of a sudden $4 million in water and sewer, then you lose money at this end.
If I may, yeah, the province does not fund for servicing sites. They do not pay. The province does not pay for servicing sites, school sites.
So there you go.
They expect the municipality to do that.
So then we, as a municipality, would pay for that. Somebody's paying for it, that's all
right.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
That's right.
Councillor Manjoko.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What's the plan for the meeting? What time are we going to end the meeting?
Well, we're going to finish we cannot. We're going to finish the public hearing.
I don't mean we're going to finish. We need to have a time that we're going to finish the
We're going to finish
meeting.
the public hearing. We're almost done here, so we absolutely have to complete this. We can.
Yeah, so but we have to also have a time frame because we agreed we were going to finish the council meetings at 10 p.m. It's 11:20.
10:30, but let's finish this public hearing, and then we'll end the meeting.
Yeah, I would appreciate if you show some understanding to my question of when are we going to finish and not dismiss the question.
I didn't dismiss your question. I said when we're finished the public hearing.
Oh, but because that doesn't show any consideration for my question. You just said it's going to continue.
And we will cut it short. So thank you. Councillor Bouzier. How do I get this back?
I want to go follow up on Councillor Grandison's comments. Like, I don't think we want to be explaining service costs when we don't really know. Like, we don't know what it's going to cost because the water and sewer is not exactly where the school is going. They're going to have to do some underground works. We do have service land in Abrams Landing that probably is not a lot different than the servicing that's going to be required to move the school or build a new one. So I guess this is a question for everyone at the stand sitting there now. So respecting the opposition to the school and recognizing and respecting the urgency of a new school. If we could come up with a piece of land tomorrow, is the funding jeopardized? Is what would happen if we moved the site to another site that was service ready and we started from scratch? The kids aren't delayed in school, starting the school or whatever. We can build a school in a different area and hopefully we try to appease most people. I guess what confuses me is that we were given no other options for land. We're surrounded by land. Like, we live in the boreal forest. There's land. It just takes an appetite and some energy to make it happen. We have land. We do have serviced land. It may take a zoning change from this council, but it can happen.
It's difficult for us to say what would happen with the different ministries involved, but we've always worked in collaborations with municipalities. We do the same here and willing to have conversations if that's needed. We want to build a school.
Because I honestly believe, and I've been wrong lots. I'll be wrong when I get home with my wife. But I think if 90% or more of your population live across the river, there's probably a greater chance that your enrollment will increase. It certainly, I don't believe, will drop, but if you had a school somewhere else where it allowed you to expand, because I've just been told this evening that if your enrollment grows, it's Robert, right? Robert? You got to build another school, which to me, it'd be better just to have a school site where you can expand on one site. Like Councillor Deputy Ball said, I don't think anybody wants to stop the school. Like, I want the school to go forward. Just, is Abisan the best location? Maybe out of convenience it is for some folks, but if we could give you bigger, better somewhere else without a significant delay, because I respect and recognize the urgency required, whether it's for the students, the parents, the funding availability. But a couple phone calls to the province, we can talk to Mr. Jean, he can talk to Danielle. Maybe someone can pick up the phone, call Mr. Carney. Maybe we can make a deal. Like, just, there's got to be a way to make this work where the majority of folks, I mean, we have high opposition number, 97% people. We've obviously had lots of folks in support of it.
Like I said, we're willing to have conversations. Again, the only site that seemed to be available is this one, so we worked with this one. But we're reasonable people, good neighbors.
Okay.
So if there's anything else we can do to help this project move forward, we will certainly engage in conversations.
Well, I see your interim CEOs online, so maybe you can help out or comment.
Is there a specific question, Councillor Bousset?
Through the chair, I guess, Mr. Butts, is there an appetite to pick up the phone and maybe make some phone calls and see if there's another option for these folks outside of the one that we're planning to rezone this evening? Or looking at rezoning?
Yeah, through the chair, there's certainly an appetite. If that's the will and direction of council, we can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dogart.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to tell you that it is the 15th hour I am on with this uniform. I'm not diabetic only. I have 5 diseases, heart,
I want to be done
and
too.
you know everything.
Yeah, I want to be
Okay,
done. It's been a
pray
long
that
day.
we are okay today. It's the first day, and you are doing all the initial running very strongly.
Been a long day, so.
Thank you.
All right, so I guess we're done that. I'm assuming no further questions. None? Okay. Does administration or the applicant have any further questions? Or closing comments?
Not at this time, Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair, we also do not have any closing comments.
We're good? Am I good? All right, then I now declare the public hearing closed. Coming out of public hearing, we now have second and third readings of bylaw number 25/013 for council's consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading of bylaw 25/013? Councillor Grandison.
I believe that would be this, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I move that bylaw number 25/013 being a map amendment to the land use bylaw number 99/059 and the land use bylaw number 26/001 to redesignate part of Lot 6, Block 3, Plan 7822728 from PS, Public Service District, bracket PS District, to the PR, Parks and Recreation District, bracket PR District, and bracket, and part of Lot 4, MR Block 3, Plan 7822728 from PR District to PS District to be read a second time. There's a mouthful.
Thank you. Thank you for seconding that, Councillor Banjoko. Are there any debate, discussion, or comments of council? None. Seeing none, I call for a vote. Councillor Weigel? Did I miss your question? You're muted.
Yeah, I'll get it on the third reading. It's all good.
Sorry. Well, did you get your vote?
I did.
Okay. Motion is carried, 6-4, 1 against. Can I have someone make the motion for third reading? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I move that bylaw number 25/013 be read a third and final time.
Thank you for the second, Councillor Dogar. Are there any debate, discussion, or comments of council? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ball. I guess I'm caught in the middle here in the discussion. And I guess, I don't know, maybe I should have been discussing this or the debate. I just feel like there's not, the due diligence wasn't done here. I feel it both by the applicant, maybe by administration. I don't know where maybe they felt it, but I've definitely felt there wasn't a conversation all the way through. I feel, I'll be honest, I feel trapped in a bad space. I feel we need a school. We need a school. We need a Francophone school. And that's not, I don't think that's even debatable. I think that's just it's a need. We have to have it. I think the location, I personally think the location, although there's already a school there, I don't think it's the right location. You've mentioned other locations that were already zoned for schools that we turned to disc parks. We've got open spots in Abrams Land. I don't know what we have in Parsons Creek, but there's Sailing Creek. There just seems to be, and I don't know if Sailing Creek's the right direction to go. I'm just throwing out extra large areas, but it just seems like there's a better spot for it. And I would rather vote that, or make an amendment or vote to the direction of, administration actually having a real conversation. Administration doesn't remember having a conversation about talking about other areas. And so I don't know who they were talking to. I don't disbelieve that they had that conversation. But if we as administration or our administration doesn't remember having those conversations, there's nothing in here that makes me feel like Abisan is the best spot, except that it's already been approved. But if they got approved in 1 year, in the same year, even if we were 1 year delayed getting this up, we're not at capacity now. And so the idea is to have the right facilities and the ability to grow. And you know what, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to different school districts and sharing an idea, but this just doesn't seem, it doesn't seem to make sense. And I don't want to vote against it because I think we need a Francophone school. I just don't think this is the right spot. And so I don't know where to word that amendment or if that even makes sense, but we need both. we need the Francophone school. It's evident that we need a larger one with the right capabilities to give them what they need, and to grow that culture, so they can have a graduating class. I do think that is a right. I just don't think it's the right location. So that's where I land.
Thank you, Councillor Bouzier.
I think Councillor Dogar had his on. Sorry.
You're up.
Oh, just looking for some clarification. If the third reading is passed, does that mean all other options are off the floor? Like,
I think we know that. If the third reading is passed, development permit
No,
will
but I
be,
guess this is
the
maybe
development permit will be submitted, the development permit will be approved, and the school will be built.
okay,
That's the process.
let me rephrase it then. Maybe through the chair to Matthew or Jody. Do we stop looking for another option if this is passed?
Yes.
No, I'm just asking administration, do we just stop? Like, because I think, just following up what Councillor Stu and people said, there's an urgency for the school. I get it. We've also had a number of people speak opposed to it for various reasons. I think some of the folks that spoke in favor weren't opposed to having a school in a different location, whether it was north of the river. Maybe I misunderstood most of them. So I just asked the question before to CAO or interim CAO if there's an appetite to look at other options. And I guess, does that appetite dissolve if this is passed this evening?
Through the chair. Oh, go ahead.
Either or.
I'll just say through the chair to Councillor Bousset, this isn't an Alberta infrastructure project, and so they would certainly have to weigh in on that question. That phone call would certainly conversation would need to happen. As far as our willingness to look for other options, yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. If we postpone it or not approve this, we are wasting our 2 years. You know, it is very sorry, I don't find a good word. So funny that, what did we do 2 years? And we gave a go-ahead and they collected the money, all the efforts were done. And now today we are looking for options. We have done these discussions then, 2 years back. And no question that every time, you know, few things come, few people come, and we do not reach to any viable solution. This is no leadership. You know, we have to see what are the comments and who are giving us. You know, educationists, this elite, administration. That's why we gathered here.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Grandison.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess my opinion is it feels to me like we're going way over what our roles are. Like, I think the school and the province want to explore other options. I think it's their motivator. Like, I don't feel like it's my job as a councillor to say, oh, you're putting your school in the wrong place. Like I don't see that as my role at all. But I do see my role in terms of this amendment for this to go forward. I do see that. So I'm not stuck. I think those conversations are beyond my role sitting here. I think our role is to support them when they're happening, but I think it's up to the school and the province, in my role, in my opinion. So I don't know what else to say other than that. So I'll support this going forward. I think that anytime there's an opportunity to look at other options, that can be brought to the table, but I wouldn't stop this to have those conversations and add another potential time, years onto this. So that's my views anyways.
Thank you. No more comments? Oh, Sorry, Councillor Banjoko.
Yeah, I'm going to be brief. I will support this because of the fact that if we go ahead, it will provide consistency and continuous schooling for the kids. And I think if we say because of the traffic, because of the disruption for construction time, we move it to Timberley. I think that's not fair. I live in Timberley, and everything's around Timberley or downtown. Abasand can do with one good thing happening there. So I will support that. And I know that there's no, I mean, some of the people would not agree, and we also have to look at their point and ensure that we mitigate against any danger to life. And that will be my position, if there's any way we can have that included in going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess I'll chime in before we vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you. Sorry. I guess just in a couple points there. I disagree with Councillor Dogar. We didn't hear about this 2 years ago. This is the first time it's crossed the table, and so this is our first whack at it. And with Councillor Grandison, I totally appreciate his position. It is a tough spot, and I don't know where we land in our roles and responsibilities, and so I entirely respect your position. I think with Councillor Banjoko, I disagree. The people of Abasan have actually is against it. It's the Francophone community that's for it. And they, again, I believe that they deserve a school, but we're talking about 2029. And if we can build an arena in 2 years, we can build a school in 2 years if we have the right location. And so I think sometimes that we just move ahead to move ahead, and we don't we're not putting the full thought process through this. I think that we can do it cheaper, better, somewhere else for better growth. Thinking this all the way through, I will vote against it, but not against a new school. I am for helping and whatever it takes, and it may not be my role. I agree, but I do think it is our role to decide how the layout of the municipality is. Not if there should be a school or shouldn't be a school. That is the provincial government, but I think that we need to look at the layout of the demographic and what's going on. And so I will be voting against this in hopes that we can come together and collaborate and do it better, faster, with better growth and options sooner. Honestly, I think that we can have a school sooner if we do it right.
Thank you. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess where I'm going with this is we're not building a school, the municipality. We're not doing any of that. The province and the school is. We're not doing it. And we can do it faster and we can do it cheaper based on what? Like, we're not the ones doing it.
It's semantics.
Well, but it's the semantics that I
can't call a vote. There's people. Yeah, you're next, Councillor Dogar.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, sorry, don't mind it.
No.
You see, 4 of us are missing. It's only 7. Why can't we postpone it to next week?
No, we can't, because this is a public hearing, and no one else can participate. Only the members here can participate. So, thank you. So I do have some closing comments. I agree with Councillor Weigel. I believe with the missing traffic impact assessment, that doesn't give the true picture of what Abasan could potentially look like, creates a potentially inherent safety risk that I will not risk. I understand our role. Our role here is to approve this land zoning. I do know the process that immediately there will be a development permit application, and our planning department will do as they're supposed to. They'll approve it, and we'll move forward. The school will be built. I believe that the Stone Creek location, it is a school site. It is ready. There's infrastructure right adjacent to it. It is a wonderful location. And it's not being used. It's got a disc golf course on it. We could build another one. So So it's just a piece of property that was built to be a school site as part of that development. It was never used for that. So there are lands available, as Councillor Bouzier said. So with that in mind, I will not be supporting this. I think we need to put the safety of the Abasan residents ahead of rushing to this. And I believe the school needs to be built 100%, and I think we can do a better job somewhere else. I agree with Councillor Weigel. So for all that, I'll call for a vote. And has carried 4-3. With that, we're gonna, if there's no concerns from council, I'd like to move the last two items to May 20th meeting next week. And no concerns? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.